Good morning and a very warm welcome back to the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. It is the second of 6 weekends of the season. We are back in Latvia for the next 3 days. I'm Alex Moss, delighted to be in your company once again, calling the action for the Pro Tour events. And if the first weekend, if we follow that with the drama that we had this weekend, well, we're not going to be short of excitement, are we? If we go back to that first weekend of the season in this very venue here in Riga, we saw Decker make history for Norway, becoming the first Norwegian player to win multiple titles on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And what a way to do it as well. A 160 finish in the deciding leg of the final to beat last year's number one, Andreas Harrison, 6-5. The following day in Pro Tour 2, well, it was Yanni Havisto rolling back the years, his first appearance on this tour in 8 years, and he won his first title in 12 years, beating the PDC Tour card holder Oskar Lekasiak 6-4 in the final. So those were our first two Pro Tour title winners of the season. We've got 57 players lined up today to try and add their name to that roll of honour. We've got Pro Tour 3, which is going to be kicking off in just a few minutes' time. Tomorrow we've got Pro Tour 4, and we've also got a triple header of European Tour qualifiers. Following the Pro Tour action today, we will have the qualifier for the German Darts Grand Prix, which takes place over the Easter weekend. Following tomorrow's Pro Tour, we've got the qualifier for ET5, that's the European Darts Grand Prix. And then we've even got some action on Monday for you. We're going to be closing off this second weekend of the season with the qualifier for ET6. That is the Austrian Darts Open. So lots of darts to enjoy over the weekend. Let's settle in and enjoy the darts. As you can see on the live stream, our first game that we're going to be keeping a close eye on will be Valter's Meldderis against Victor Tingstrom. Two players that we saw compete in the inaugural PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship at the end of last season. And some big news that dropped since we last spoke to you on this live stream, and that is that the winner of the Nordic and Baltic Championship this year will not only get a spot at the PDC World Championship, but they're also going to be going to the Grand Slam of Darts as well. So an exciting development for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And a reminder that the top 24 players on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour rankings at the end of the season, following the 12th and final event, they're going to be heading to Denmark for that Nordic and Baltic Championship and the chance to qualify for the Worlds and also now the Grand Slam as well, and try and emulate what Teemu Harju did last year. He was the first winner of the Nordic and Baltic Championship, the first man to lift the Jan Hoffman Trophy. Who is going to lift that title this year? We shall find out. Lots of darts to enjoy over the course of today. This live stream will have plenty of action. You can follow all of the matches today on Dartsconnect, tv.dartsconnect.com. Follow your favourite players. We've got pretty much all the big hitters that you'd expect are here in Riga this weekend. The two title winners from the first weekend, Decker, Yanni Havisto, Oskar Lekasiak, Andreas Harrison, Daniel Larsson, Johan Engstrom, Darius Labanauskas, Victor Tingstrom, who I mentioned we're going to see on the live stream very shortly. As I mentioned, 57 players in the field today. Run you through the rest of the calendar as well whilst we wait for the players to join us on the streaming board. This is our second trip to Latvia of the season. The rest of the season we will be venturing out. The third weekend coming up from the 24th to the 26th of April. That's going to be in Finland. And just a few weeks after that, the 15th to the 17th of May, we will be in Gothenburg in Sweden for the fourth weekend. The fifth weekend, we're heading back to Norway in Oslo. That will be over the summer, the 7th to the 9th of August. And then the final weekend of Pro Tour action, 26th to the 27th of September, we'll be heading off to Estonia in Tallinn. That's the last two Pro Tour events. Then the season concludes with that Nordic and Baltic Championship. The dates for your diary for that one. The tournament going to be held over 3 days this year, so an extra day for the tournament. And it will be the 30th of October to the 1st of November. That is going to be in Denmark, the venue for that one to be confirmed as well. So another exciting season of Nordic and Baltic action. Let's see the draw for today. If you want to check out who your favourite players are going up against, obviously some of the bigger names, they are seeded straight through to the last 32. We're going to be starting off in the last 64 here on the live stream. Some players to keep an eye out on. The current number one, the early leader on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, Kordeka. He is the number one seed. Got that bye to the last 32. He'll be going up against Brian Locken. Johan Tingstrom also a seed. He's the number 8 seed. Andreas Harrison, the number 4 seed for today. Daniel Larsson, the 5th seed. Yanni Havisto, this is into the bottom half of the draw, is seeded number 2. Dmitry Zhukov had an impressive first weekend of the season, getting to a semi-final. He's the 7th seed. Oskar Lakasiak, the 3rd seed, and Yanni Lorela is the 6th seed. So those 8 players all getting the bye through to the last 32. The rest of the players, they are starting off in the last 64. We have now got the players warming up. Let's get ready for this first match on the live stream. As with all the matches, they are a race to 6 legs, the best of 11. Right from the first round through to the final. There we go. We can see the players warming up. Victor Tingstrom, one of the current PDC tour card holders from the Nordic and Baltic region, now in his 2nd year on the tour. It's good to see that he's committing himself more to the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour as well. He skipped the first 8 events last season. He turned up for the last 2 weekends and had a quarter-final, a semi-final and a pair of last 16s, which got him into the Nordic and Baltic Championship. As for Valters Meldderis, well, he was one of the first-time winners on the tour last year. And it was actually Pro Tour 3 last year that he won that first title, beating Johan Engstrom 6-4 in the final. That was out in Gothenburg in Sweden. He'll be hoping that Lightning can strike twice again. See if he can pick up Pro Tour 3 this year as well. Double his title tally. As for Victor Tingstrom, still looking for that maiden Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. Some of the outside boards have got underway now. Follow them all on Dartsconnect, the players. Shake of hands, and we will bull up here. It's not a bad dart there from Valters Meldderis. Straight in the ball. And he will kick things off on the live stream. These 2 players as well, they've not just been in Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour action this year, they've also been playing in their respective national championships. Back in January, we saw Valters play in the Latvian National Championship, where he had a run to the final, losing out to the established PDC tour card holder now, Meldderis Rasma, 7-1 in that final. Whilst Victor, he had some success himself just a few weeks ago in the Swedish National Championship, winning the under-25 singles title. I mentioned both these players will be looking to make up for, by their own standards, was a disappointing first weekend on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Valters with a last 64 and a last 32. Well, he needed another treble there to have a go at the 170, or guessing we're going to start calling that check out the Luke Littler, the amount of times he leaves it and checks it out. If you followed the Premier League this week, he hit 2 of them in the final against Michael van Gerwen. Meldderis leaves himself handy, leaves himself tops for the opening leg. Well, it's 3 wayward darts there from the Latvian, but time on his side here in this first leg. Tingstrom gets down to a finish now after those 3 darts. It's a horror show on the doubles for Meldderis. Can Tingstrom step in with this 81? Well, he's missed the big number there. A single 12 would have given him a shot at the ball. Meldderis comes back, looking at double 10 again. That's 3 more misses. What a gift this is for Victor Tingstrom, and he takes it with the first dart. 1 out of 1 on the doubles for Victor Tingstrom. Meldderis 0 out of 9 in that first leg. The Swede has picked his pocket. It is a breaker throw in the opening leg. It didn't really look likely at all with Valters sat on tops and Victor not on a finish, but all those missed doubles accumulated. Gave his opponent a chance and he's taken it. This last 64 tie is at the top of the bracket as well. The winner will play either Ralphs Lomanis or Matthias Ursland in the last 32. In that same little section of the draw, you have got the number 1 seed, Cord Decker. Will be starting his campaign against Brian Locken in the last 32. Tingstrom leaves the second biggest finish of the game. Meldderis coming back here. It's a loose last one. It's left him a ton. Treble 19. Saw the reaction there from Victor. Expected to threaten that treble 19, get a shot at the ball. Meldderis now having to recalibrate, doesn't threaten the ton. This for a 2-0 lead for the Viking, formerly known as the Belkin boy. 1 dart at tops. That's a loose one. Both players showing some Early signs of nerves, few loose starts on the doubles. Meldderis now gets a dart at tops. Goes outside. Tingstrom now to clean up the 35. Well, step back, it's not quite there. Both players missing doubles here in the early exchanges. And Valters Meldderis return the favour. It gets over the line there. We are level at one leg apiece. You'd probably say it's about fair, really, because that first leg, Valters missed loads of darts at the double. Victor stepped in and broke. In that last leg, it was Victor first down to a double. He couldn't take his chances, so 1-1 probably about fair. But both players will know they can play a lot better than this. Those doubles really doing some damage to the early averages. Action underway on the outside boards. Edwin Torbjörnsson currently 3-0 up in his first round tie against Tommy Benfin. It was a bit like these two players now. Edwin, he had a disappointing start to the season. Someone that said he's committing a lot more to the tour this year. So a runner-up in the Nordic and Baltic Championship last year. What a run he had. All those last leg deciders that he won before just falling short to Teemu Harju in that final. 1-3-2, not going to go for Valters Meldderis here. But he's set it up nicely. Left himself tops. Tingstrom not going to get down to a double here, but he's left one. Now this is where the problems have been so far in this game. It has been the doubles. No problems there for Valters Meldderis. It is back-to-back legs. Or the Latvian takes the lead for the first time in this one. Lots of different races to keep an eye on over the next few weekends, not just the main order of merit, which will determine the field for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. You've also got the race for the Nordic Darts Masters, the World Series event out in Denmark, where you've got 8 of the top PDC stars heading over there to play against 8 of the best Nordic and Baltic players. 6 of those spots will be taken up by current tour card holders, including Victor Tingstrom. The other 2 spots will be based on the 12-month order of merit. That's a rolling order of merit. Currently those 2 spots occupied by Andreas Harrison and Daniel Larsson. You've also got the race to the World Cup as well. Some of the spots will be decided by the Nordic and Baltic rankings performances on that tour, and Valters Meldderis, who has played in the last 2 World Cups alongside Meldderis Rasma, he's got some work to do over the next few weekends. Currently it's Dmitry Zhukov in that spot to join Meldderis. A lot of that down to that semi-final run that he had on the first weekend of the season. Tingstrom showing some signs of frustration there in that visit. Does get down to the 170. He will get a go at it. This would certainly get him going if he can take this out. Not on this occasion, though. Meldderis now to keep this run of legs going. From being a break behind, he could be a break up here if he can take out this 68. Double 18 he wants. Just on the wrong side of the wire. Tingstrom to save his throw, and again it's a loose one. The shot's still on though, treble 19 for a shot at the ball. Not going to go. And our things beginning to unravel here for Victor. Wouters gets the double 18 first start, and that is a 3-1 lead from being a leg down. He's turned this match around. He is now halfway to the finish line, halfway to a place in the last 32. When we looked at the draw for today and the last 64 matches, this was one of the ones that we were most excited about. As I mentioned earlier, both players in that top 24 of the rankings last year, qualifying for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. Wouters, in fact, the number 5 seed last year. A lot of that by virtue of winning that title last year. It was a very impressive comeback as well in that final against Johan Engstrom. 4-3 down. Reeled off legs in 13, 13 and 15 to win it 6-4. He also had a 6-0 win against Andreas Harrison in his first game of that run. So I'm sure that's a day he won't be forgetting in a hurry. Well, this is much better from Tingstrom. Puts the pressure on this 150. Could be about to see another breaker throw here. Get this match back on serve. Tingstrom looking at 48. He cleans it up nicely. We are back on throw. 14 dart breaker throw there for Victor Tingstrom. His back was against the wall and he's produced the best leg of the match so far. Really difficult to call which way this one's going to go. Both players have had their moments, but consistency wise not been able to find much yet. We have got our first winner of the day on the outside boards. Edwin Torbjörnsson, a 6-0 winner against Tommy Benfin. The reward for Edwin is a matchup with Johan Engstrom in the last 32. Battle of the Swedes there. It was actually Edwin that knocked out Victor in the Swedish National Championships. I mentioned that he won the under-25 tournament, but the open singles, that was won by Henrik Martinsson. He beat Oskar Lukasiak 6-5 in that final. Very impressive last couple of legs in that one, from 5-4 down, pulling out 2 12-dart legs. Very impressive indeed. 118 and a 94 to win that title. Both players in finishing range after 15 darts in this leg. Meldderis here to get that break back again. Well, the shot's off now after that first start. So this for a level game. Another one of those for a dart at tops. And it is a 72 finish. Back-to-back legs for Victor Tingstrom. After 6 legs, we have a level game once again. Those last 2 legs, the finishing, that will please Victor. 48 and 72 finishes. They're not something that will stand out, but to take them out, 1 dart at a double each time, considering how the match started. And will give him some confidence for the back end of this game. Holes in the 140 there. This is much more like it from Wouters on his throw, down to a finish after 9 darts. Plenty of time to finish the leg. Sneaks in the treble 18 with the last dart, leaves himself 32. Tingstrom should switch to the ball, he does. Leaves that 170 again. It's double 16. Wouters Meldderis to regain the lead. Finds the double 8 with the last dart. 15 dart holder throw for Wouters. Getting closer to the finish line. A reminder, all these matches are the race to 6 legs. If we get to 5-5, there's no bull up. It is whoever wins the bull up at the start will throw first in the decider. If we do go that far, it would be Wouters throwing first. So Victor knows he needs to get another break of throw in this match if he's going to move through to the last 32. Another winner on the outside boards. Par Rihinen, 6-1 winner against Oscar Kuzmans. A slack visit there from Tingstrom. And Meldderis take advantage. Goes trebleless. Let's get himself down to a finish, but it's a big ask, the 158. It's not going to go now. It's a great find with the last one, though. Leaves a single to double if Tingstrom can't continue his impressive run of finishing. He can. It's a 78 finish for Victor. A wayward attempt at the double 12, but he rescues the checkout with that double 6. We are level once again, 4 legs each. Is now a best of 3 for a place in the second round of Pro Tour 3. Victor. The 2 treble visit there. The Would say he's taking the darts off Valters here. Moving around the oche to try and find a treble 19 to leave that 170 again. Doesn't find it. He has got the advantage now. He knows he's got at least 6 darts to tidy up this 208. He sneaks in a treble with the last dart, almost halving his score. Valters again, coming up dry. This is not the leg he wanted. Victor, 3 big singles there. Coasting to the finish line in this leg. The luxury of Valters not being down to a finish yet. He is now, so this 52. This time Victor doesn't take the check out. Meldderis though on a big finish which he can't take. Tidies it up nicely, leaves tops. He's hoping that Victor misses. Can he find a way through? Moving all the way along the oche here. What a dart this would be if he can find that double 10. He can't. That first dart and the second really did make things difficult for Tingstrom. And Meldderis, a deep breath. Let's go one leg away from a place in the last 32 to hold his throw. And he's missed 3 as well. How crucial is this passage of play going to be? Both players starting to miss the doubles again. There's 3 more missed for Victor. Surely now he's going to be punished. Meldderis, double 10 to survive a real scare in this leg. He's dancing around the oche now as well. And he can't find it. That's at least half a dozen darts each missed at the double, and Victor has missed the big number. He's looking for the single 1. He's hit the 20. Who's going to take this leg? Both players had 9 visits each. And finally, it's Valters Meldderis. Pins the double 10. To move 1 leg away from a place in the last 32, but it really has got Victor Tingstrom to thank there, because from being in such a good position in the leg, he's given it away. This is going to be a real test now of Victor's temperament. If he can turn this around from missing all those doubles in the last leg, it would have been a break. It would have meant he would be throwing for the match now, but now he has got to hold his throw just to take us to that decider. Valters this leg. Well, he want to get it done in this leg, and 2 big trebles there has got him interested. Tingstrom going trebleless. Meldderis should switch now to the ball, and he does, and it's his turn to leave that 170. Wants to finish it in style. So how about it then, a 170 for the match? Not this time. Tingstrom. One treble from the first two darts. Should give him a shot at a double. Well, that first dart has ended that, and you can see that the frustration for Victor. Berating himself as he walks to the oche. Is that the end of the road? Not now. Meldderis not going to get a shot at a double. Really made a mess of that. Tingstrom to take us all the way. Double 14. And we have ourselves a last leg decider. 10 legs. 5 apiece. It's been a real battle, this one. There's been some moments of quality, but there's also been some moments of real below par stuff from both of them. But whoever can come through, they won't care. They'll be through to the next round. It'll be a tough defeat for whoever it is that finishes on the losing end here to take. Because both players have had legs where they've had plenty of darts at the double, not taken them and been punished. Tingstrom with a slight advantage after 6 darts each. What can he leave after these 3? Well, again, could be that 170 if he can find the treble. He can. And this time, Tingstrom will be eyeing up the big fish to win the match. Meldderis down to a finish as well. Tingstrom with the first look at one, the 170. Not going to go, and doesn't put a big dent in it, but he will come back. Meldderis, a brilliant last one there to leave tops. Tingstrom should get a dart. He doesn't. He's missed the big number again. And that could be costly. Tops for Meldderis to come through a real battle, and there was the reaction. Relief on the face of Valters Meldderis. He has beaten Victor Tingstrom in a last leg decider. It's a match where both players really had to battle. They've not been at the top of their game, but it is the Latvian Valters Meldderis who has squeezed through to the last 32. He has beaten the PDC tour card holder Victor Tingstrom by 6 legs to 5. Welcome back to Riga and continued first round action here in Pro Tour 3 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And it is Denmark versus Sweden. We have got Jonas Sorenson going up against Anton Ursland. Anton, someone that we've seen plenty of on this tour over the last few years. Made a couple of quarterfinals last year on the tour. 2023 had his best run getting to a semi-final. One of the players that qualified for that Nordic and Baltic Championship last year as well. I'm sure looking to do the same again this year. As for Jonas, didn't see him on the tour last year. I'm sure someone that will want to make his mark this weekend. He's got a chance to make a name for himself here on the live stream in this first round. Just saw on the live stream our first game of the day. What a real battle that was. Valters Meldderis 6-5 winner against Victor Tingstrom. Some more first round winners since we last spoke to Mathias Svensson. He's beaten Mikkel Knudsen in a last leg decider. Yannis Potas, a 6-3 winner against Niles Henso. Mika Mustanyemi, he's come through a last leg decider against Estonia's Olaf Seeger. Ursland looks for double 19 for a 1.58 finish. What a start that is for 1 ton. He's broken the Sorenson throw with a 1.58. What a start for the young Swede. He had an okay first weekend, I think it's fair to say, on the Nordic and Baltic Tour this year. The first lot of Pro Tours, getting to a couple of last 16s. And both of them losing out in last leg deciders in Pro Tour 1. Missed match starts to beat Andreas Harrison. Then in Pro Tour 2, he lost out 6-5 to Oskar Lekasiak. So he lost out to the two eventual runners-up in both tournaments. Also got to a final of the European Tour 2 qualifier, where he was beaten 6-2 by Jonas Masselin. So missed out on that spot on the Euro Tour. This is a very impressive start from Anton Ursland. Down to a finish after 9 darts in this second leg. Doesn't need to go the bull route to finish this one. He starts on the bull instead. Plenty of time to double his lead. Way did he go for the 80? Looking at the 16s, 3 of those leaves 32. 2 missed darts at the double, but Anton will be back. I look to find the highest average in Nordic and Baltic history. Those missed doubles might just take Anton off course from doing that. But double 8 for a 2-0 lead. That is the perfect start for Ursland. Two up, averaging in the high 90s. Over on the outside boards, the reigning Nordic and Baltic champion, Teemu Harju, just getting his Pro Tour 3 campaign underway as Jonas fires in the first 180. Teemu going up against Martin Koverholt. Speaking of impressive starts, Ralphs Lomanis currently 3-0 up on Mathias Ursland, averaging 104. What a response this is from Jonas Sorenson. 81 left after 9 darts. This to get his first leg on the board. Doesn't need to go the ball route. He doesn't. It's double 16. For what would have been a 12 dart holder throw. Ursland can't quite find a treble there to leave the 170. Jonas misses 3 darts at the double 8. He will come back. Let's get another handful at it. Ursland leaves the 150. Not much pressure coming back. Sorenson finds the double 8 to get his first leg on the board. More results coming to you on the outside boards, and had to clean my glasses really at one of these results. Marco Cantila, one of the most successful players in the history of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. 15 titles to his name, a 6-4 winner against Linus Lundroth. Marco averaging 52. Which is very unlike him. That's more like me really on a good day. And if I've got an extra dart. The averages in that one not helped with a 55 darter from Linus. We did go level at 4 legs apiece before Marco started to find a little bit of form. An 18 darter and a 22 darter to get over the line in what was a real battle, that one. Ursland with what looks to be a comfortable holder throw in this 4th leg. Got at least 6 darts from 106 to establish that 2-leg cushion again. Double 16. For what would have been a second ton plus finish of the game. Anton will come back with 3 darts if he needs them at that double 16. Only needs 2 of them, and that is a 3-1 lead for the Swede. Got that break of throw that he needed to win this match. He's held his throw. He is halfway to a place in the last 32 here of Pro Tour 3. A reminder that if you want to follow any of the matches going on, not just on the streaming board here, but they are all available on Dartsconnect, tv.dartsconnect.com, and you can follow all the scores, all the matches on the outside boards. Well, a very interesting match currently warming up. Darius Labanauskas against Andreas Hulgorthus. That one is a last 64 tie as well. Ursland will start on the 19s from 306. Back upstairs to the 20s now. Treble would have got him down to that 170 again. Just based off the first game and the first few legs of this one, it looks like the players are trying to leave that 170. Take out the big fish on the stream. Be nice to see. And Sorenson has done it there. He's going to get a go at the 170. Big fish not been caught yet. Ursland. Not going to threaten the 151 here, but leaves himself handy if he gets a chance. Sorenson could be about to go a double break down here if he can't take out this 110. That's a great find. Double 18. Goes inside. That would have been ton plus finish of his own there. Tops for Ursland. That's 2 darts missed for Ursland. For a 4-1 lead. Sorenson comes back. He says, thank you very much. Holds his throw. To close within 1 again. Ursland would have took that 52, 4-1 up with a double break. Would have been a long way back for Jonas, but reprieved in that leg. Now can he threaten that break back? And that is the perfect start for Jonas Sorenson. Fires in the 180. Immediately puts Anton's throw under pressure. Two trebleless visits to start the leg for Anton. Jonas really giving it a go here. A decent lead after 6 darts. Again, Anton comes up dry. This is a real chance for Sorenson to get this match back on throw. Loose second one. He has found a big treble there. He is down to a finish after 9. Anton finally finds a treble in this leg, but at least 6 darts for Sorenson. May only need 3 of them. How about that? A 156 finish for Jonas Sorenson. We have ourselves a level game. We've had a 158 from Anton Ursland in the first leg. We've now had a 156 from Jonas Sorenson. Some great finishes in this one. Back-to-back legs for Jonas, who survived 2 darts to go 4-1 down. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, we have ourselves a level game, 3-3. Good scoring again there from Jonas. Got the bit between his teeth in these last few legs. 140 from Ursland. Leaves the 170 again. Good find from Sorenson. Gets his score under the ton. And Ursland not going to take the 170. The weight goes on. This 86 for Jonas Sorenson to give him the lead for the first time. It's a loose first one. Rescues it. Tops for what would have been a third leg in a row. Can Anton Ursland step in? It's got to be 13 now. He's only going to get a dart at the ball. That'll be frustrating for Ursland. A loose first one, then he had to change the sat-nav. Jonas Sorenson from 3-1 down. He's won 3 in a row. He has taken the lead for the first time in this last 64 match. Given Anton something to think about. What a start this would be for Jonas Sorenson's Nordic and Baltic campaign for 2026 if he could claim the scalp of Anton Ursland in this first game. Over on the outside boards, I can see that the current PDC Nordic and Baltic #1, Cord Decker, warming up for his first match of the tournament. That is in the last 32. He's going up against Brian Locken. Darius Labanauskas and Andreas Hulgordus. They're currently underway in the last 64. Sorenson with a ton to keep himself interested in this leg. Ursland can't find a treble, and the door is open here for Jonas. One treble will get him down to a finish. Got to stay up there. Only a treble 20 will leave a finish. Can he find a way through? Yeah, he's doing the maths. Well, he didn't think it was possible to find a way through. Leaves the bogey 159. He's hoping that he's going to get 2 visits. What can he leave from there? Well, that's a good start. Be back upstairs to the 18s. It's ready to pounce if Ursland can't take this ton. Double 10. Just outside for Ursland. He's had a dart at a double in the last 2 legs. One at the ball, one at double 10. Jonas Sorenson. The run continues. That is 4 legs on the spin for the Dane. From 3-1 and a breakdown, he is now 5-3 and a break up, and on the verge of knocking out Anton Ursland here in the first round of Pro Tour 3. An impressive first game for Jonas. That 156 in the 6th leg, which got him back level at 3 legs apiece, and that really does seem to have given him that confidence. No real nerves on display here. Follows up the 140 with 85. Could be potentially 2 visits away from getting through to that last 32. Another 1 treble visit. Gets him almost down to a finish. Ursland not going to leave one after these 3 darts, so Jonas Sorenson, he has got 6 darts at this 195. Settle for that. 96 left after 12. Ursland down to a finish as well, but Jonas Sorenson, this 96 for the match. Downstairs to the 19s. Doesn't get a shot at a double. Anton Ursland to keep the match alive. He'll start on the 19s. Now upstairs to the 20s. Needed the treble to get a shot at the ball. Now Jonas Sorenson should get 2 match darts here to book his place in the second round. Well, could end up being just 1. He's missed the big number. It's 1 dart at tops for a place in the last 32. And that is 1 match start missed. Should have had 2. And Anton save his skin here. 75. Should get at least 1 dart at a double. If he can keep straight. 18 for tops. It's just outside. You can see the grimace there from Anton. Couldn't get much closer. And Jonas Sorenson has done it. 5 legs on the trot for the Dane from 3-1 down. He's beaten Anton Ursland. A 156 finish in there from Jonas. Anton, what a start he had. A 158 in the opening leg. But he won just 2 legs after that. Jonas Sorenson with a brilliant run of legs there to get himself over the line. His first appearance on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this year. And he started it off with an impressive win. A 6-3 win against Anton Ursland. Welcome back to the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. First round action continuing here in Riga. And it is Estonia versus Latvia. We've got Cruz going up against Edgar Snutins. Apologies for the loss of camera on the right side. Be pretty impressive if they were throwing while standing completely still. We should have that back with you in a moment's time. Edgar Snutins, someone that we saw play in the Nordic and Baltic Championship last year. He got the last spot in the field, finishing 24th on the Order of Merit, 25 euros ahead of his fellow Latvian Ralfs Lomanis to qualify for that tournament. Best efforts on this tour last year, reaching the last 16 on 3 occasions. There we go. We can see the players again. As for Rido, we didn't see him on the Nordic and Baltic Tour last year. Made his return on the first weekend of the season here in Riga. Get to see him on the live stream as well during that weekend. Had a last 32 in Pro Tour 1 before going out in the first round of Pro Tour 2. Snutins missing a double 16 there for the opener. Cruz takes out the 101 for the opening leg. Survived one dart, a double 16 from his opponent to be broken. That should settle Rido down a little bit, taking out the ton plus finish in the opening leg. Snutins himself said he was disappointed with his efforts on the first weekend of the season. Went out in the last 64 in both events. His averages for the 2 Pro Tour events pretty similar, a 75, a 74, 72 and a 73, so it's pretty much a similar level, but he knows that there's more in the tank, more that he can produce. .140 there for Snutins, gets him down to a finish, and plenty of time on his side here in this second leg. Bracket for the last 32. Really starting to take shape now. Winner of this will play Petri Rasmus in the last 32. Double 10 is found for Snutins, and we have ourselves a level game. 2 legs in, 2 holds to throw. Last 32 action has got underway on the outside boards. Core Decker, PDC Nordic and Baltic number 1, 2-1 up against Brian Locken. The last few matches in the first round underway as well. See Andreas Toft Jørgensen took the opening leg against Bjorn Leon. Teemu Harju, the reigning Nordic Baltic champion, embroiled in a real battle on the outside boards. He's 5-3 up against Martin Koverholt. Both players averaging in the low to mid 70s in that one. the best performance we've seen so far today. That goes to Andreas Hulgaard, who's an 89 average to knock out Darius Labanauskas 6-3. Darius averaging 86 himself, but that was a good win for Andreas. And a good rescue act there from Rido after the first two darts. It gets him in finishing range. Snutton's not quite there yet. Well, could we see another big finish here? Double 16 for a 1-4-2. Just outside. Almost a second ton plus finish for Rido, who took out the 101 in the first leg. Now he's got 3 darts in hand at double 16. Doesn't find it, but it's a big ask for Snutton, who didn't really put a dent in that 180 that he had left before his previous 3 darts. Should have been down to something a lot more makeable. He's going to get a go at a ton here because Cruz missing a bunch of doubles. Snutton's was looking for that treble 16, would have given him a shot at the double. Now I've got to hope that the missed doubles continue for the Estonian. And that, a smile there from Cruz. I can tell you he was not happy with that. He's busted his score with the first dart. Snutton's can't punish him. He's missed 3 at the double. Needs to regain the lead. Now down to double 2. And Rido Cruz eventually gets over the line on double 2. Survived a scare. He has regained that lead. 3 legs in, 3 holes to throw. Another match just getting underway on the outside boards in the last 32. Tingstrom against Edwin Torbjörnsson. 2 players that had some good runs in the Nordic and Baltic Championship. Last year, obviously, we saw Edwin get to the final. Tingstrom losing out in the semi-finals in that last leg decider to Teemu Harju. He went on to beat Edwin 8-2 in the final to become the first name on that Jan Hoffman trophy. Once again, that is a big carrot for these players that they're playing for this season. Top 24 players on the rankings after 12 events will qualify for that tournament in Denmark. It's not just the trophy they're playing for, a spot in the World Championship, and as we found out last month as well, a spot in the Grand Slam of darts as well. Snutton finds tops. 4 legs in, the holes of throw continue. We are level again at 2 legs apiece. An 8-point gap in the averages, but as we know, averages aren't worth a lot. PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour will be heading to Estonia as well. That will be the final weekend of the Pro Tour season. Pro Tours 11 and 12 at the end of September in Tallinn. So there won't be as much travelling for Cruz for that weekend. Snutton's kicking off this fifth leg with a trio of tons. Cruz down to a finish first. Snutton's is down to a better one with those two trebles. He scores 1-2-1. Cruz needs 1-2-1. 11. He's got the treble. It's double 14. Just checking with the marker. 2 14s for a 3-2 lead. Goes outside. It's 5 legs in, and Cruz could have had 3 ton plus finishes here. Tops for Snutton's. Finds it in the corner there. And we have our first breaker throw in this first round match. It goes to the Latvian Edgar Snutton's. Takes out the 80. Let's take a 3-2 lead. Like I mentioned earlier, Snutton's was the last man in the field for the Nordic and Baltic Championship last year. The slimmest of margins, €25 ahead of Ralph Slomanis. Sure he'll want to finish a little bit higher in those rankings this year. Eyes in the 140. Looking to keep this run of legs going. Cruz though, down to a finish first. Now can he threaten another ton plus finish here? Treble 17. Just the wrong side of the wire. May come back. Nice Snutton's. Needed a treble 17 there to get a shot at the ball, and it's a loose last one. Cruz to get that break immediately back. He wants double 8. 2 missed darts at the double from Cruz. Snutton's should have been on something more makeable than 83. He only gets a shot at the ball. He's given his opponent 3 more darts to get that break back. And he's hit the wrong double. Cruz will he be punished here? Snutton's just checking the score. He wants 25. Double 8 for a 4-2 lead. Can't find it. Cruz gets another go. He can't rescue it on double 2 this time. Both players left on double 2. Snutton's up to double 1, and he finds it. And he's 3 legs on the spin for Edgar Snutton's. From 2-1 down, he's got himself 4-2 up with a break. He's in the ascendancy, but that last leg, not one with any real conviction. Had to rely on his opponent missing a lot of doubles there. Over on the outside boards, Cordecker 5-2 up now against Brian Locken as he looks to kick off his weekend with a win. One of two winners on the opening weekend of the PDC MB Tour. Defeated last year's number one, Andreas Sorenson, in the last leg decider with that 160 finish to win his second Nordic and Baltic title, his first since 2018. And the following day, Yanni Avisto beating Oscar Lukasiak 6-4 in the Pro Tour 2 final, his first title in 12 years. So those two players ending long waits to get back in the winners' enclosure. They're both in the field today, looking to add to their titles that they won in this very venue just a month ago. Cruz, time on his side here to stop the rot. Legs for two to leave tops. Now double 10. Some more missed darts on the outer ring for the Estonian. He will be coming back with 3 more in hand to close the gap to 1. Finds it this time. Halves the deficit, 1 leg behind, but he needs to break Edgar Snutton's. Comfortable hold to throw there for Rido. Snutton's knows 2 holes to throw. Getting through to the second round of Pro Tour 3. As I mentioned earlier, the winner of this will play Petri Rasmus in the last 32. Not many places left up for grabs now in the last 32. We have just got the last few remaining last 64 matches underway. Second round action underway as well. Kordecker, he is the first man through to the third round. Here in Riga, he has beaten Brian Locken by 6 legs to 2. The Nordic and Baltic number 1. Looking to preserve his spot at the top of the rankings. Snutton's switching to the ball with the last one to get his score down below the ton. So 96 to move 1 leg away from place in the second round. Can't find the treble, just sets up tops. Cruz started the match with a 101 finish in the opener. Can he find the 148? No, he can't. He's put a big dent in it. He's left tops. Not going to get a go at it though. Edgar Snutton's opens up that 2-leg lead again. He is 2 up with just 3 to play. Can he get the job done in this leg, or will Rido make him throw for it in the next one? The equation for Cruz, it is hold, break and hold if he is going to complete the comeback. Get his name into the second round. Now I've got 1 Estonian through to the last 32. Andras Adamson, a 6-5 winner against Arūnas Sakalauskas, the Lithuanian. Vlaf Seega, he's been beaten 6-5 by Mika Mustaniemi. Snutton's with a slender lead in this leg, but that score of 40 has opened the door here to get the match won here and now in this leg. Should switch to the ball. Single leaves the 170. It's been a common theme on the stream. Players leaving the big fish. And Edgar Snutton's win it in style. Another one of those for a shot at the ball. Almost the 170 finish for Edgar Snutton's. What a way to win that would have been. Righto, Cruz to keep this match alive. He was looking for a ton plus finish of his own. Can only take a ton off the 140 to leave tops. Snutton's should get 2 darts, but he's missed the big number. It's only going to be 1 dart, a double 4. And he only needs the 1 dart. Edgar Snutton's is through to the second round. He has beaten the Estonian Righto Cruz 6 legs to 3. The player that got the last spot in the field of the Nordic and Baltic Championship last year. He's up and running today. He's through to the second round. He'll go up against Petri Rasmus in the last 32. We're going to be turning our attention to the second round as well. As you can see, our next match on the live stream in a few moments' time, it will be last year's PDC Nordic and Baltic #1, Andreas Sorenson against Pa Rihinen. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back to Riga, and we are into the second round of the PDC Nordic Baltic Pro Tour 3. We've got last year's number one, Andreas Harrison. Our first look at Dirty Harry today. What a 2025 he had on this tour. Just the 4 titles that he won. Finished top of the rankings. Signed off his 2025 with a debut at the PDC World Championship, where he certainly made his mark, going all the way to the last 16. How does he follow that 2025 in 2026? Missed out on a tour card at Q School at the start of the year, and in the first weekend of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, making it to the final of Pro Tour 1, where he was pipped to the post by Decker in a last leg decider. He's back this weekend. I'm sure he'll want to put down a marker, get himself up those rankings as well, get back into that top 2. That is a pretty good start from Andreas Harrison. 13 dart holder throw. Moves the leg up. Double quick time. These two players, well used to going up against each other. They met actually 4 times on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour last year. All of those matches taking place in Euro Tour qualifiers. It was 2-2 in their head-to-head. Rihinen actually beating Andreas 6-0 in one of the qualifiers with an 89 average. The other 3 matches averaging in the mid to high 70s. So he knows he's going to need to up his game, go through the gears if he is going to push Andreas here in this one. As I mentioned, we are now into the last 32 here on the stream. A couple of last 64 matches still going on as Andreas fires in a 180. Alexander Thorvaldsen, the Icelandic youngster, 4-0 up on Kaspers Marops. Andreas Nilsson and Jonas Maslin locked at 2 legs apiece. The other matches on the outside boards now, last 32 matches. Harrison looking at 32. What would have been a 104 finish and a breaker throw. Rihinen. It's a happy accident there, really, because a single would have left 65. It would have been 15 for the ball. He can still leave double on the outside of the board. It is double 16. Par goes off target. Andreas double 8 for a 2-0 lead. It's a confident start for Dirty Harry. Averaging, still only 2 legs in, but averaging 103. Certainly want more of that. Some of the other scores on the outside boards will bring you up to date with in the last 32. Edwin Torbjörnsson 4-3 up on Johan Engstrom. Dmitry Zukov currently 3-1 up on Michael Hansen. Valters Meldderis, who we saw in the first game on the live stream today, where he beat Victor Tingstrom 6-5, a little bit more comfortable at the moment. He's 3-0 up on Ralph Slamanis. and Yanni Lorila and Mika Mustinimi. They're currently locked at one leg apiece. Here on the stream board, Andreas Harrison down to a finish after 9 darts. Starts on the 19s for the 154, was looking for 2 treble 19s to get a shot at tops. Treble 20 with the last dart rescuing the visit. A par. Some way back here. There's a real chasm in the averages. Almost 30 points between them. Andreas wants tops. Goes outside. Are in, and we've seen this 158 on the stream already from Anton Ursland. Not going to be taken out. By par on this occasion. Andreas wants tops. That is a 3-0 lead for Andreas Harrison, averaging a ton. As he looks to book his spot in the last 16 in double quick time. We know one man who is already through to the last 16, Cordecker. He's beaten Brian Locken 6-2 on the outside boards. Andreas Harrison, we mentioned it earlier on the stream, in one of those provisional spots currently for the Nordic Darts Masters at the World Series event that's taking place in a few months' time out in Copenhagen, where you've got the creme de la creme, if you like, of the PDC stars, your Luke Littlers, Luke Humphreys, Michael Van Gerwens, going up against the best from the Nordic and Baltic region. 6 of those 8 spots are taken up by current tour card holders. But there are 2 spots up for grabs, and Andreas Harrison currently in pole position for one of them, along with Daniel Larsson. A few more events before the cut-off in that race. So a much better leg from par. Leaves tops. He may not get a go at it. Andreas Harrison wants double 8 for what would have been a 136 and a double breaker throw. This has got to go for Rihinen. One dart left. Finds it with the last dart. Avoids the double break. Rihinen is off the mark. Going back to the World Championship at the end of last year, such an impressive debut from Andreas Harrison, wasn't it? Qualified as the top ranked player on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. That's survived 6 match starts though in the first round against Ross Smith. Could have won it 3-1. Andreas kept himself in it, ended up going through in a last set, then got the better of Matomu Sakai, the very entertaining player he was from the Asian region. I had the pleasure of being in the crowd for that one as part of Andreas's entourage, representing the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. Big shout out to my unofficial uncle, Dean Moss, for the invite to that one to go to the Palace of Darts. Bullseye for Harrison, just outside. Rihinen will start on the ball here. That'll be treble 19 to get a shot at the ball. Not going to go this time. Andreas to open up a 3-leg lead once again. Wants double 8. Double 4 will do. It is a holder throw for Andreas Harrison. Moves into a 4-1 lead. He is 2 legs away from a place in the last 16. Andreas is right at Ali Pally. It did continue with a win against Ricardo Pietreczko, 4-2. It was a huge match against Johnny Clayton in the last 16. Unfortunately missed set darts in the 5th set to go 3-2 up. Ended up losing it 4-2, and it's a real tough one to take for Andreas. Had he won that match, would have got him into the quarterfinals of the World Championship. It would have also got him into the top 64 on what is now known as the Werner Rankings ladder, the PDC World Rankings. It would have got him that tour card, got him onto the tour. We know the heartbreak that he had at Q School out in Germany at the start of the year, just missing out on that tour card once again. I'm sure we're still going to be seeing plenty of him on different stages during 2026. He's a player that turned 50 last year, but seems to be throwing best darts he's ever thrown over the last few years. Rihinen gets down to a ton. Harrison would love to leave 36 here. Would have needed the maximum. But he gets the second best prize. He gets the 140. Puts the pressure on. Tops for Rihinen. Now down to double 10. 2 missed darts for par. Could that be costly? Harrison wants double 8. And that is a 5-1 lead for Dirty Harry. It is a double breaker throw. Andreas Harrison is now throwing for a place in the 3rd round of Pro Tour 3. He looks to join Kordeka in the 3rd round. Two other players have booked their spots in the last 16 in the last few moments. Dmitry Zukov, semi-finalist in Pro Tour 1, the Latvian, looking to qualify for the World Cup and partner Meldderis Rasma this summer. 6-2. He has beaten Michael Hansen. Real comeback from Johan Engstrom to beat Edwin Torbjörnsson in a last leg decider. 6-5. He's into the last 16 as well. Andreas Harrison. They've started legs better than this though. Just under 300 after 12 darts. It's given Rihinen a lifeline. It's a long way back, but going to get a lot of time here from 160 to double his leg tally. Visits like that, you'd expect Andreas Harrison to jump all over them, and he's going to do that. Gets himself down to a finish as well, just like that. 3 darts each. The leg has changed completely. Will be tops for a place in the last 16. And Andreas Harrison is through to the last 16. A comfortable 6-1 winner against his fellow Swede, Per Rihinen. Last year's PDC Nordic and Baltic #1. He's got his weekend up and running. He has beaten Per Rihinen by 6 legs to 1. We will be continuing the action in the last 32 in a few moments. It will be Kent Uren Sivertson going up against Jonas Graverson. That will be our next match on the live stream. We will be back very shortly. Welcome back to Riga. Second round action continuing here in Pro Tour 3. The second weekend of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We've got Norway's Kent, Ursland, Sivertsen going up against Denmark's Jonas Gravesen for a place in the last 16. These two players looking to join some of the big hitters on the Nordic and Baltic Tour in the third round. A few moments ago on the live stream, we saw Andreas Harrison comfortably book his spot in the third round, joining Johan Engstrom, Kåre Decker and Dmitry Zhukov in the last 16. Kent Ursland Sivertsen finished 13th on the Nordic and Baltic rankings in 2025. Made 3 quarterfinals on the tour last year in Pro Tours 1, 2 and 12. Had a couple of quarterfinals in 2024 as well, so he's had some decent runs in the past. You may recall his debut in the PDC World Cup of Darts last year, partnering up with Kåre Decker to represent Norway in the tournament. Gravesen double 8 for the opening leg. 2 darts missed and Sivertsen may only be a dart at the ball here. Well, it's going to be 2 at double 16. 1 at double 8. Finds it in the corner. That is a breaker throw from Kent Ursland Sivertsen. 2 darts missed from Jonas Gravesen. His throw has been broken. But I mentioned Sivertsen playing in the World Cup last year. Provisionally, he's in that spot again this year to partner up with Kåre Decker. He's got a €75 lead on his closest challenger in that race. Just a few more weekends of Pro Tour action before the cut-off for the World Cup. These two players have already got their campaigns underway with first round wins. Sivertsen, a 6-3 winner against Christians Dukovics. Gravesen, 6-0 whitewash over Johnny Pedersen. Gravesen looking to get that break straight back here. He's left 138 after 9. Starts on the 19s. Stays down there and he finds one of them. A good position here to level this match. Should get 2 darts at the double. And it will be tops. Just checks that that dart is in the single 13. We've had a few darts at the single go wayward on the stream today and prove costly. Sivertsen. Throw is under real threat here unless he can find treble 20 for a shot at the ball. He can't. Gravesen to return the favour, get this match back on throw. Going round the houses. He finds double 5 with the last dart. 2 legs in, 2 breaks a throw. The winner of this match, their next opponent, is already known. It will be the number 7 seed for today's tournament, Dmitry Zhukov. who has kicked off his bid for the title with a 6-2 win against Michael Hansen in the last 32. Some other last 32 matches on the outside boards close to reaching a conclusion. Daniel Larsson currently 5-2 up on Matthias Svensson. Yanni Lorela 5-3 up on Mika Mustanyimi. Valters Meldderis and Ralphs Lomanis, a battle of the Latvians there. They're into a last leg decider, 5 legs apiece in that one. I can tell you, Daniel Larsson, he has just got over the line, a 6-2 winner against Matthias Svensson. Larsson has posted the highest individual average of the day so far, 90.58, just eclipsing what we saw on the live stream a few moments ago, 90.49 from Andreas Harrison. Gravison down to tops here to hold his throw for the first time. Looks a good guide. He uses it with the last dart. It is back-to-back legs for the Dane as he takes the lead for the first time. Jonas, 2025, I think it's fair to say, he probably played the most darts of his career in a PDC setting. We saw him go to European Q School, play some of the Challenge Tour weekends as well. So regular on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour as well. Looking back at his first weekend of the Nordic and Baltic Tour this year, lost out to Oskar Lukasiak in his first match of Pro Tour 1. Got a win against Victor Tingstrom in Pro Tour 2, another win against Brian Locken. He got to the last 16 before losing out to Daniel Larsson, who averaged 100 exactly. Graverson's turn to have a go at the 170. Sivertson not going to get down to a double here. There's a chance for Jonas to break. Sivertson throw. Double 10 he wants. Double 10 he gets. The best leg of the match so far. A 14 dart breaker throw from Jonas Graverson. He's turned this match around from being broken in the opening leg. He's won the next 3. He's got a 3-1 lead. He kicks off the 5th leg with a maximum. Starting to move through the gears. Kent-Göran Sivertson returns the favour with a 180 of his own. Both players starting to find it now. Sivertson, 4 perfect darts to start the leg, no more than that. Graverson coming downstairs, he's down to a finish after 9 darts. Kent-Göran Sivertson should be down to 1 as well. Gonna have to switch with the last dart. He doesn't, and you've got to say that's an error because a single has left him a bogey, the 162. You can see in the background there, he's realised the mistake after he's made it. Should be having a go at a checkout here. All he can do is try and leave something. case he gets another go. Jonas Graverson wants double 16. And he's followed up the 14 darter with a 13 darter. This is good stuff from the Dane. Pushes his average up to 92. Or one up, just 2 legs away from a place in the last 16. Sivertson with it all to do. Valters Meldderis, the next player through to the last 16 on the outside boards. He has beaten Ralph's Lomanis in a last leg decider, 6-5. Another match on the outside boards. Yanni Havisto, the Pro Tour 2 champion. He's currently 5-3 up on Yanis Potas. Petri Rasmus leads one of the winners on the live stream earlier today. Edgar Newtons 3-1. Oscar Lukasiak 3-0 up on Marco Cantala. Graverson down to a finish. He should get a go at it now. This for a 5th leg on the spin. Starting on the 19s. Can he find a way through? No, he can't. Doesn't get a shot at a double. But this 60 has to go for Sivertson. Can't afford to be broken again. And he could be now, because that's 2 missed darts at a double. Tops for Graverson. 2 outside the target. Sivertson only going to get 1 more dart at a double. Finds the double 2 with the last dart. Sivertson stops the rot. Would have been broken there. 5-1 in a race to 6. A double breakdown. Would have been a long, long way back. That double 2 was giving him a glimmer of hope of completing a comeback. Graverson though, 2 holds and he will be into the last 16. Dmitry Zukov awaiting the winner in the 3rd round. Graverson gets down to a finish first in this leg on throw. Sivertson won't be leaving one. Just a point short. So 6 darts for Jonas here. He's going to need them. Switches to the ball with the last dart. Halves his score. All Sivertson can do is try and leave something if he gets a go. He is down to a finish now, but 75 for Graverson to move 1 leg away from a place in the 3rd round. It's going to be 1 dart at tops. Only needs the 1 dart. Jonas Graverson, the fist pump there. He knows how important that checkout was. The Dane is now 5-2 up. 1 leg away from a place in the last 16. Been pretty good stuff from him in this one. Looks very composed. A Good start to this leg, a 140 against the throw. Immediately puts Kent Uran Sivertson's throw under pressure. Wants to get it done here and now. Follows up the 140 with a ton. Got a good lead in this leg already. It's taking the darts off Sivertson. Back in that treble again. Down to a finish after 9 darts. This could be the beginning of the end for Kent Uran Sivertson. 3-time quarter-finalist on the Nordic and Baltic Tour last year. Appears he's going to fall short today of matching that run. Gravison closing in on a place in the last 16. Sivertson, he gets the maths right there. He leaves the 170. 64 for Jonas Gravison. Another one of those leaves him 32. And Jonas Gravison is through to the last 16 of Pro Tour 3. Very assured performance from the Dane. He's beaten Norway's Kent Uran Sivertson comfortably in the end. A 6-2 winner. He moves through to that match with Dmitry Zhukov in the last 16. I can tell you the next match you are going to see on this stream. We are going to be moving through to the last 16. We are going to see Johan Engstrom against Andreas Hilgorthus. That will be the next match on the live stream. A warm welcome back to Riga. We're into the third round of Pro Tour 3 here on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. Tingstrom against Andreas Hilgordhus, battling it out for a place in the quarterfinals of our first Pro Tour event of the weekend. Tingstrom, two-time title winner on this tour back in 2024. Got to a couple of finals last year as well. As for Andreas Hilgordhus, the Dane, 2025 was a real breakthrough year for him, making his debut on the European Tour, the World Cup of Darts as well, making it to two semi-finals and a quarter-final on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour as well. Hilgordhus currently in a spot for the Danish World Cup team as well. As things stand, it will be him and Andreas Tofte Jørgensen. Last year it was Hilgordhus partnering up with Benjamin Drew Royce, who had a tour card for the last couple of years playing on the PDC Pro Tour. Tingstrom down to a finish first in the opening leg on throw. Rather pedestrian start, shall we say, from both players. Hilgordhus, the latest player to leave the Big Fish. He's going to get a go at it. Must be the fifth or sixth player we've seen on the live stream today leave the 170. Not going to get a go at the ball. Saw earlier, Edgar Snutton's missed the ball for the 170. Tingstrom cleans up the 28 in one dart for the opening leg. Both players have already been in action on the outside boards today. Tingstrom, a 6-5 winner against Edwin Torbjørnsen. As for Andreas Hilgordhus, he's come through 2 matches so far today. His opening round, a 6-3 winner against the PDC Tour card holder, Darius Labanauskas. And in the last 32, repeating that scoreline, another 6-3 victory, this time against Finland's Jani Keskenakos. The last 16 action underway on the outside boards as well. Kordeka currently leading Valters Meldderis 4-1. Jonas Graverson, who we've just seen on the live stream, he's taken the opening leg against Dmitry Zhukov. Andreas Harrison and Petri Rasmus just getting underway in their last 16 tie as well. Switch from Hilgordhus. Gets him down to a checkout. Tingstrom will have to come downstairs as well to get down to a finish as well. Double 16 for Hilgordhus for a 1-1-2 finish. Levels the match up. That will please him. Both these players, of course, played the opening weekend here in Riga at the start of February. Hilgordhus, he had a last 32 exit in the first Pro Tour event before going all the way to the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 2, where his run ended at the hands of Daniel Larsson in the 6-1 defeat. As for Johan Engstrom, his Pro Tour season got underway with a run to the last 16. For also going out in the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 2, 6-3 to Core Decker. Johan Engstrom, he might not have won a title on the Pro Tour last year, but certainly had a lot of success in the Euro Tour qualifiers, which are also held over these weekends, qualifying for 4 of the European Tour events as the Nordic and Baltic qualifier. We have got 3 Euro Tour qualifiers coming up over the weekend as well, which will be on the live stream. They will be on Dartsconnect as well if you want to follow those events. 1 spot up for grabs today in the German Darts Grand Prix. Tomorrow's qualifier will be for ET5. Tingstrom looks at tops to return the favour with a ton plus checkout of his own. Gord, who's had the 1-1-2 in the last leg. Tingstrom returns the favour with the 120. As I mentioned, those Euro Tour qualifiers, we will have one on Monday as well. The qualifier for ET6, the Austrian Darts Open. So 3 bites of the cherry for these players to try and get onto the Euro Tour. We have already seen this year Andreas Harrison, Jonas Maslin and Yanni Havisto representing the PDC Nordic and Baltic on that tour. Great opportunity for these players to go up against the big names and show what they can do on the big stage. Tingstrom looking to threaten a breaker throw here. Goes around the board to hunt down a treble, can't find one, but unless Gordus can fill up the treble 20. Tingstrom has got 6 darts here from 164 to get that first break of the match to his name. Stays on the ball. This is a good setup from Gordus. Almost the perfect setup. Tingstrom. Get 2 goes at a treble here. Needs 1 now. And he's gone for the ball to leave double 18 there. It's unorthodox, going for the smaller target. Doesn't pay off on this occasion. And Gordus misses tops. Tingstrom from 106, he's coming back looking at 79. It wasn't the best setup shot from the Sweet Ferret. He's going to get a dart at double 11. He goes inside, and that means, well, he's busted his score there. Frustration from Tingstrom. Last 6 darts not gone according to plan. He's going to get a go at it again. Another chance to take out the 79. And it is going to be double 11 again. Goes outside with the first dart. And with the second, you could tell with that second dart, he didn't want to go inside. Have to burn a dart. More missed chances for Johan Tingstrom and Gordus. 2 darts missed himself. His leg really has opened up. And Tingstrom decides to split. It will be double 6. Finds it eventually. Is a breaker throw. The first of the match. Both players missing chances. It is the Swede Johan Tingstrom who has taken it eventually. Takes a 3-1 lead in this last 16 match. Saw some brilliant finishing in the previous two legs, both players exchanging ton-plus finishes. And missed doubles there from both players at the end of that one. This match is at the top of the bracket, so the winner will play either Kordecker or Wouters Meldderis in the quarterfinals, and Wouters hanging in there at 5-3 down, but Kordecker looks to be closing in, and he has. He's taken out 88 to complete a 6-3 win. So Gordus has a little chuckle to himself there. Comes upstairs, finds the treble to get down to a finish first. Tingstrom will start downstairs as well. Would give for a 171. Almost leaves the ton. It'll be 138 instead. Preferred leg on the spin. Starts on the 19s again. Needed to be perfect. Loose last one, but Gordus has a chance to get that break immediately back. It will be double 14. Goes inside. Not often we see players, well, apart from Mincer Suljevic, of course, go 20 for double 14. Tingstrom tops for a 4-1 lead. One outside. One inside the single. Double 3 for Andreas Gordus. He's keeping us on our toes here. And I think he's keeping the chalker on his toes as well. He gets that break immediately back. About that. Goes inside on the double 7. Single 1. Double 3. This match now back on throw. Over on the outside boards, last 16 matches currently going on. Jonas Graverson 4-1 up now on Dmitry Zukov. Petri Rasmus has taken a 2-1 lead against Andreas Harrison. A few matches still going on in the last 32 as well. Teemu Harju, last year's number 2 on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Locked at 3 legs apiece with the Icelandic youngster Alexander Thorvaldsen. Jonas Maslin 5-2 up on Estonia's Andras Adamson. Gordus here in a good position to get this match level. It's not the best setup shot, but got time on his side here, you'd say. Six darts from 164 for the Dane. Finds the treble with the last dart. All Tingstrom can do is try and put some pressure on with a big visit here. Gets down to a finish as well. Double 16 for Gordus. Goes inside. It's a dart missed for 3-all. Can the Sweet Ferret step in here? Finds the treble. It's double 8. Just checks with the marker. It's in there. You've got a dart at the double. Just the wrong side of the wire. The grimace there from Johan. He knows how close it was, and Andreas Olgordus shows him where it is. Back-to-back legs for Olgordus. Have ourselves a level game after 6 legs. Reminder, all these matches are the best of 11, the first to 6. The winner to play Cordeka, the PDC Nordic and Baltic #1 in the quarterfinals. Much better here from Tingstrom. We did see at the back end of last year get that World Championship debut. Qualified for the WDF World Championship where he went up against Ben Robb. Brutal draw that for both players. The player that also made their debut at Lakeside, Jonas Maslin. He has just come through his last 32 tie against Andras Adamson, 6-2. He's into the last 16, where he'll go up against Oscar Lukasiak. Tingstrom to regain the lead. 18 for tops. To go back in front. Goes off target. Olgordus looking at Shanghai. Can he find a way through? Yes, he can. It's a dart at tops for a 120 finish. Andreas Olgordus. That is 3 legs on the spin for the Dane. This topsy-turvy last 16 tie. Johan Tingstrom, he went 3-1 up. He's now 4-3 down. And Olgordus has had 2 ton plus finishes now. The 1-1-2 in the second leg, followed by the 120. We've seen Johan Tingstrom take out the 120 earlier on as well. There's been times where the players have stumbled over the finish line in legs, but we've also seen some quality finishing as well. 3 ton plus finishes between the players. It's Andreas Olgordus with the advantage here. He's got that break to his name. 2 legs away from a place in the quarterfinals. The matchup with Cordeka. Tingstrom comes up dry there. Olgordus looking good here to double his lead and move 1 leg away from the last 8. .68 for Andreas. Double 14. He likes that route, leading the double 14. Goes outside, but unless Johan Tingstrom can pull off a big finish here, another one of those will give him a dart at tops for what would have been a 160 finish almost. Perfect response from Johan Tingstrom. Just comes up short. Andreas Olgordus binds the double 14 with his last dart in hand. Agony for Tingstrom, ecstasy for Olgordus. There's 4 legs on the trot for the Dane. He has turned this match around. He's 1 away from the quarterfinals and joining his fellow Dane, Jonas Gravesen, in the last 8. We have just seen him come through a 6-1 winner against Dmitry Zhukov. The last few moments as well, we have seen Teemu Harju knocked out of Pro Tour 3, a 6-3 defeat to Iceland's Alexander Thorvaldsen. Now all the attention turns to the last 16. Andreas Harrison and Petri Rasmus, 3 legs apiece. Some other last 16 matches about to get underway. Yanni Avisto, the Pro Tour 2 winner, he will go up against Alexander Thorvaldsen in the last 16. Got Daniel Larsson against Bjorn Leon. Mika Mustaniemi against Jonas Sorenson. Here on the stream board, Andreas Hallgårdhus looks to be heading through to the quarterfinals. Doesn't get down to a finish after that visit, but he's almost there. Just been informed the next match on the live stream, we will be continuing in the last 16. It will be one of the matches that I just mentioned, Daniel Larsson against Bjorn Leon. Battle of the Swedes coming up next. How long will we have to wait for that one? Can Johan Engstrom extend this match into another leg? He wants the ball. Can't find the ball. Andreas Hallgårdhus going to get 2 match starts at double 16 to book his spot into the quarterfinals. It's a big win for the Dane. He's come back from 3-1 down to beat Johan Engstrom. 5 legs on the spin from the Dane, and you see the reaction there. Delighted with that result. He has set up that match with the PDC Nordic and Baltic #1 core decker. That will be a quarter-final. But coming up next on the live stream, we are continuing with 3rd round action. And we are going to see Daniel Larsson go up against Bjorn Leon. Welcome back to the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We are continuing our coverage with last 16 action of Pro Tour 3. And it is Sweden versus Sweden. Daniel Larsson, an 8-time title winner on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, going up against his fellow Swede Bjorn Leon. He's looking to break some new ground here today and get through to the quarterfinals of a Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour event for the first time. He had a couple of last 16s last year on the tour. A win here against Daniel Larsson will get him into the last 8. Set up a match against Andreas Harrison, who's just come through his last 16 tie. 6-3 against Petri Rasmus. Leon marks the first leg with a maximum. Going up against one of the big power scorers, you've got to say, on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, Daniel Larsson. You'll always find him in that Dartsconnect first 9 averages. He'll be right up there. Larsson, trebleless visit, but he is down to a finish. Leon, down to a better one. He's 16 for a dart at tops. Was inside and look of exasperation there from Bjorn after that first dart. Didn't threaten the tops. Larsson needed second treble 19 to get a shot at the ball. Leon coming back. 3 clear darts in hand, a double 10. One dart left at double 5. 3 more missed darts at a double for Bjorn Leon against a player of Daniel Larsson's calibre. Can't afford to be doing that. Larsson goes awry with the first one. It's only going to be a dart at the ball. Let off for Leon. He's now got to clean up this 5. Double 2. Finds it with the last dart. Looked to be a comfortable holder throw for Bjorn Leon in that opening leg. Ended up having to survive a dart at the ball from Daniel Larsson. Larsson finished 8th on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour rankings last year. Player that we've seen qualify for the PDC World Championship in the past. Currently in 2nd spot in the race to get to the Nordic Darts Masters. Top 2 on those rankings will get there. With a few events left before the cutoff. Larsson's first weekend on the tour this year. Made a quarter-final and a semi-final in the 2 Pro Tour events. Elected not to play in the Euro Tour qualifiers, just focused on the Pro Tours. Picked up some good results. Bjorn Leon had a couple of last 32s on his first outing of the season. Now, can he take out the 161? Not on this occasion needed. The treble 17 for a shot at the ball. Daniel Larsson may end up going for the ball here as well, if he can find treble 17. He goes off target as well. So it's an inviting chance here for Bjorn Leon to double his lead. Both players have 64 left. Leon with the first go at it, he wants tops. And that is much more like it from Bjorn Leon. First leg, he was chasing the double. This time he pins it with his first go. The first breaker throw goes to Bjorn Leon. Solid start to what he hopes will be a first victory in the last 16 and a first time getting through to the quarterfinals on this tour. I've got 4 players already through to the quarterfinals of today's Pro Tour. A few moments ago you saw Andreas Olgortus knock out Johan Engstrom, reeling off 5 legs on the trot from 3-1 down to win it 6-3. Player top of the rankings, Kordeka. He won 6-3 against Valters Meldderis. Jonas Graverson, a 6-1 winner against Dmitry Zhukov. Some other matches going on the outside boards. Yanni Havisto, we've not seen him on the live stream yet today, but he's 3-1 up on Alexander Thorvaldsen, who knocked out Termo Harju earlier on. Oscar Lacasiak currently 2 legs apiece with Jonas Masselin. Jonas Sorenson, another player we've seen on the stream today, currently 2-1 up against Mika Mustaniemi. Leon looking good here to extend his lead. We'll come back in a moment to have a go at that 76. It's a loose last one from Larson, means Leon has got 2 visits if he needs them. Tops he wants. And again, it's another clean check out, a fist pump from Bjorn Leon. It's back-to-back legs in 5 visits for Bjorn. He's halfway to the finish line, 3 legs up against Daniel Larson, who's got it all to do here. That's how you come back. 180 to kick off this 4th leg. Slack visit there from Bjorn. Just takes the pressure off Larson here, who really can't afford to be broken again here. He was to lose this leg 4-0 and a double breakdown in a race to 6. It's a long way back. I remember watching Bjorn at the Lakeside at the back end of 2024, made his World Championship debut in the WDF World Championship, where he went up against Jimmy Van Ski. Jimmy going on to win the title 12 months later and pick up his PDC Tour card, join the Pro Tour. Pleasure of being in Bjorn's company at Lakeside during his debut. And it was darts like that got him to the Lakeside. A 180 for Bjorn Leon. Gets him down to a finish. I said this could be a leg off for him, but giving himself an outside chance here. Larson puts a dent in the 191. He's left a single to double. He may not get a go at it. Bjorn just missing the second treble. Pressure is on Larsson here. Leon sat waiting on a double. Those two darts some way off the target. You see Larsson there. With his fingers showing how far away those two darts were at the double. Beyond Leon. It's double four for a double break and a 4-0 lead. Well, that's a loose one from Bjorn. Was not expected after the last few legs when he's been clinical on the doubles. That is a loose one. Daniel Larsson has to step in here. And he does. It's a big let off for Daniel Larsson, who would have expected to be 4-0 down. He's got that first leg on the board. Bjorn Leon looks to have put that disappointment behind him. Kicks off with a 140. Draw for the quarterfinals of today's Pro Tour starting to take shape. We have actually got one of the quarterfinals already underway on the outside boards. Kordeka and Andreas Horgortus have shared the opening two legs, 1-1 in that one. Follow all the matches on Dartsconnect. tv.dartsconnect.com. Click on the match that you want to follow, score by score. You can see all the results from today's Pro Tour as well, if you're just joining us. Bjorn Leon, the latest player to leave the 170 on the stream. Larsson not down to a finish, but got to expect Leon to have a go at the ball if he gets a chance. Not Ginu though. But he should leave himself very handy when he comes back to take a 4-1 lead, move a step closer to the quarterfinals of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour for the first time. Larsson can't leave a finish after that dart. So all the time in the world for Bjorn Leon, who potentially could have been taking a 5-0 lead here. Will certainly settle for 4-1. It will be 48. One dart double 16. He will come back with 3 more darts at that target. A wayward dart there from Larsson. Not been able to get his radar going in this one yet. Leon needs to make the most of it. Double 16. Doesn't quite find it. But this is a big ask for Larsson. Needed 2 trebles to get a go at the ball. Leon, another 3 darts to get this 5th leg one. Double 8. And gets it with a 2nd dart. Another fist pump from Leon. Moves a leg closer to a place in the last 8, and that meeting with Andreas Harrison. One result to bring you from the outside boards just a moment ago. Yanni Havisto, the Pro Tour 2 winner. His bid for back-to-back titles continues. He has beaten Iceland's Alexander Thorvaldsen by 6 legs to 2. What appears to be the highest average of the day so far from Yanni, a 93.60. Best we've seen in today's Pro Tour so far. Yanni's reward is a matchup with Jonas Gravesen in the quarterfinals. Jonas, someone that has certainly impressed today. We saw him beat Kent Uran Sivertson on the stream earlier. Followed that up with a 6-1 win against Dmitry Zhukov to get through to the last 8. In fact, 3 matches so far today. He's dropped just 3 legs. Very good stuff from the Dane so far. That's a slack visit from Leon. Just gives Larsson a bit of breathing space here to get this leg 1. Leon comes up dry. Does get down to a finish, but Larsson will be confident of getting another visit after this one, because he's not going to get a dart at a double in that visit. Larsson is coming back at tops. Get his second leg on the ledger. Finds tops this time. It's a holder throw for Daniel Larsson. It was needed. Clinging on to the coattails of Bjorn Leon here. Who knows that 2 holes of throw will get him over the line, and when you're kicking off legs with a maximum, you're going to be very difficult to be broken, that's for sure. Perfect start to the leg for Bjorn Leon. Nine darters off the table after that dart. It's a maximum followed by 26. I think we've all been there before. Well, the 26s I certainly have, but 1 treble visit from Larsson. Not quite enough to take the lead in this leg. Again, Leon. 22 to follow the 26. These last 6 darts really unexpected after kicking off the leg with a maximum. Opened the door for Larsson, but he's profited the 22, but not by as much as he'd like to have there. It's another dart in the 1. Good adjustment with the 2nd and the 3rd. Brilliant response from Leon. Gets himself down to finishing range. Larsson has to find the treble 20 to get down to that 170. Can't find it, so Leon. 6 darts from 152 to move a leg away from the quarterfinals. Strays into the 1 again. And that is an opening for Larsson. Got to jump all over that. Got to find 1 treble here. He just about manages to squeeze 1 in there. I'm not sure how he managed that. But he's right behind Bjorn Leon here. Ready to pounce. He will get a go at this 110. From 4-1 down, we could be going back on throw here. Daniel Larsson can take the 110. Got to find a treble or the ball. Finds neither. Beyond Leon should get 2 darts here at tops for a 5-2 lead. There's the single. That's got to be a good guide. Finds it, and that is brilliant finish from Beyond Leon under pressure. He is 1 leg away from a place in the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 3, breaking new ground on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Larsson got to reel off 4 legs now without reply, or he is going to be heading out at the last 16 stage of today's Pro Tour. Few other last 16 matches on the outside boards are nearing their conclusion as well. Oskar Lukasiak a 5-3 lead now on Jonas Masselin. Jonas Sorenson has just come through a 6-2 winner against Mika Mustaniemi. So just a couple of spots left in the quarterfinals here. Beyond Leon may have to throw for it in the next leg, because this is a brilliant leg on throw from Daniel Larsson. 81 left after 9 darts. Bounced out at the wrong time for Beyond Leon. All the time in the world here for Daniel Larsson. Doesn't need to go the ball route. Can just set up the double of his choosing. It will be 8-8. So extend this match into a 9th leg. Two big trebles from Leon, just in case he gets a chance. Larsson, though, shuts the door. It is a 13 dart holder throw for Daniel Larsson. He'll feel if he can produce 5 visit legs for the next 3, could well be enough to get him over the line here. Beyond Leon, he's had some good legs in this one at the start of the game. 14 and 15 darters helped him take a 3-0 lead, but the last few legs have strayed into the 6 and 7 visits. Oskar Lukasiak, he is through to the quarterfinals of today's Pro Tour. It's just wrapped up a 6-3 win against Jonas Masselin. So we have got 1 more spot left in the quarterfinals. Larsson scrapping away 2 big trebles. Puts him in front in the leg. That looks a perfect first start for Leon. And he'll be surprised that he didn't find another treble there. Larsson is piling in a big one of his own. It's down to a finish first in the leg. Leon, he'll expect to get 2 visits here at least. What can he leave? What did he give for a treble now? Can't find one. Is this match starting to turn? Larsson 1-4-2 for a break. Finds 1 treble, but this is for the match. Can Beyond Leon, I was going to say, can he win it in style? Gotta hope. Daniel Larsson to fluff his lines on 52. Tops for Larsson. And it is another 5 visit leg from Daniel Larsson. A 13 dart hold followed by a 14 dart break. All of a sudden, this match is now back on throw. Larsson with the darts. He can hold here. We are going to a last leg decider. Leon has led the whole way. 3-0, 4-1, 5-2. But for the first time in a long time, just one leg between them, and Leon piles in a maximum against the throw. He's not going anywhere. And that has given him the advantage here. He's got the darts. Can he get the job done in this leg? Avoid a last leg decider. Larsson staying up there. He comes up dry. Advantage with Leon against the throw here. Switch now to the 18s. He does. That's a loose last one there. I assure you he was going for treble 18 to try and leave the 170. The eyes light up for Daniel Larsson. Certainly will after those two darts. Larsson down to a checkout first. Leon, he's got to put that last dart behind him. Try and fill up one of the treble beds. His turn to go trebleless. Larsson. It's a loose first one. The shot's off. All he can do is set it up from here. Oh, that's a great second dart. Just working out the numbers. 79 left. Didn't want to go for the 19s. A treble would have left a tricky double 11, but a single would have left 60. I'm not going to take the 153. Now he has to rely on Larsson missing. Otherwise we are going to go to that final leg shootout. It's going to be one dart at tops for Larsson. Pins the tops again. And we are going all the way to a final leg here. Leon. He's led the whole way. 3-0, 4-1 and 5-2. Daniel Larsson has won the last three legs to take us to that final leg. Leon looking to make it to the quarterfinals for the first time. Daniel Larsson, he's been there and done it plenty of times before. He's won 8 titles on this tour, including one last year. He knows what to do in these situations. He replies with a 140 of his own after Leon kicked off the leg with a 140. It's been an interesting battle between these two players. Larsson. That is the first slip in the decider. Leon has got to make the most of it, and the first two darts not where he intended. .45 from Larsson. Leon, his response is a 28. This leg is on a knife edge. Every big treble worth its weight in gold. Would you believe it? 5 legs each. 9 darts each in the decider. They're both on 233. Leon, one treble gets him down to a finish. Larson finds one treble. Just a point between them, both on a finish. Leon with the first go at one. Won't take the 1-3-4. A trebleless visit. Tell how much it means. Larson won't take the 1-3-5. It's a good find with the last one though. It's beyond Leon. 76 to move through to his first Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour quarter-final. 2 darts at double 8. And Bjorn Leon has made a bit of history for himself here. He survived an almighty comeback from Daniel Larson. He led all the way, 3-0, 4-1, 5-2. Larson won the next 3 to take it to a decider. But Bjorn Leon has held his nerve in the last leg. He moves through to the quarterfinals of today's Pro Tour. Quarterfinalist for the first time. He'll go up against Andreas Harrison in the quarterfinals. We're going to move into the quarterfinals next. It is going to be Oskar Lekasiak against Jonas Sorenson. Quarter-final time here in Riga, Pro Tour 3 of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Spots in the semi-finals up for grabs, and we've got a second look at Jonas Sorenson. We saw him on the live stream earlier on today, put in a very impressive and assured performance to knock out Anton Ursland. Won that one 6-3, followed it up with a 6-4 win against Meldderis, and a few moments ago came through a 6-2 winner against Mika Mustanyimi to make it through to the quarterfinals. Skolakasiak, someone that we've seen win titles on this tour before, picked up his first title in 2024, doubled his tally with a Pro Tour title at the start of last season, went on to make 3 more finals as well, finished 3rd in the rankings. Current PDC Tour card holder as well, now into his 2nd year on the tour. This is a good start from Jonas. Tops for a 12 dart. Hold a throw, just goes inside, but plenty of time to get this opening leg wrapped up. Kasiak gets within finishing range as well, but double 10 for Sorenson. 13 dart hold a throw for the Dane. It's a confident start. We have already got one result from the quarterfinals. Number 1 on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, Kordeka. He has beaten Andreas Horgortus 6 legs to 5, a match that went the distance and all 11 legs being won with the throw. And it was the Sheriff that got over the line. He's into the semi-finals. The winner of Pro Tour 1 looking to double his tally for the season. The other Pro Tour title winner this year, Yanni Avisto, on the outside boards. 5-4 up on Jonas Graverson. That match could be going all the way by the looks of it. He's going all the way. Visto and Graverson now into a last leg decider on the outside boards. Just run you through the draw bracket as well as we edge towards the final stages of today's Pro Tour. I mentioned Kordeka already through to the semi-finals. He will play the winner of Andreas Harrison and Bjorn Leon. Just saw Bjorn break new ground, get through to the quarterfinals of a Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour event for the first time with that win against Daniel Larsson in a last leg decider. Winner of this match on the live stream will play either Yanni Hibisto or Jonas Graverson, who I mentioned are into that last leg decider. Kasiak looking at 101 to level things up in this quarter-final. Starts on the 19s. Just looking for treble 14 for a shot at tops. Jonas Sorenson would be disappointed with that first start. It rules out any chance of taking out the 1-1-2. Kasiak to level things up. Wants double 16 Double eight. Well, it's straight into the single 11. Chance here for Sorenson for an early breaker throw. One dart at tops. Comes up low. Kasiak has left himself 5. One dart left at double 2. It's a real mess on the doubles for Oscar Kasiak. Jonas Sorenson has stepped in. Pins the double 5. Is breaker throw for the Dane. On the outside boards, we have got one Dane through to the semi-finals. Jonas Graverson has knocked out Yanni Havisto in our last leg shootout. Havisto was 3-0 and 5-2 up in that one. But Graverson has managed to pull it out the bag there. Surviving match darts. A couple of legs, including the decider. He's booked himself a spot in the semi-final, so we know the winner of this match, Kasiak or Sorenson, will play Jonas Graverson in the semi-finals, and Sorenson can complete the victory. Well, what an opportunity that is for those two Danish players to meet in a semi-final for a spot in the final of one of these Pro Tours. Big opportunity for both of them. Early days though for Sorenson. We spoke earlier about the race for the World Cup of Darts, and Andreas Horgordhus, he was in the spots provisionally to get in the Danish team. Well, the run so far today for Jonas Graverson, he's just got through to the semi-finals. That has put him above Andreas Toft Jørgensen into that second spot, provisionally in the team as things stand. Kasiak to get that break, a throw back. Wants double 16. Just outside for what would have been a 1-1-2 checkout. Sorenson on a bogey number. The Kasiak will come back. 3 darts in hand at double 16 to get off the mark. And Kasiak has got that break back. We are just into the final few days of March, but already it's been a very busy year for Oscar Kasiak, who is playing in his second year on the PDC Tour. Won his tour card at the start of 2025, so we've seen him play in events like the World Masters in the PDC, Players Championships, the UK Open, where he enjoyed a run to the last 32, making it through that very busy opening day of the tournament. Got through to the Saturday with wins against Rhys Griffin, Bradley Brooks and Benjamin Pratnamar before losing out to Krzysztof Ratajski. This is a very good leg from Kasiak. Down to a two-figure score after 9 darts. Could be an 11 dart coming here, double 8. 18, I should say. Gets it with a second dart. He knows what he was doing. It's a 12 dart holder throw for Oskar Lukasiak. Back-to-back legs for the Swede to level up this quarter-final. Great response from Lukasiak. We also saw make his debut at Ali Pali in December. Qualified as the 3rd highest ranked player on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour rankings last year. He's got Teemu Harju to thank for that after he won the Nordic and Baltic Championship. Meant that that spot in the World Championship went down to the rankings, and Teemu, who overtook Oskar by winning the last Pro Tour event of the season, did Oskar a favour by winning that title. Once again, there will be 3 spots at the World Championship on offer via the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this year. Top 2 in the rankings after 12 events will qualify, as will the winner of the Nordic and Baltic Championship, which will be contested by the top 24 players on the rankings come the end of the season. If you missed the news as well, the winner of that Nordic and Baltic Championship, the Jan Hoffman Trophy, will also get a spot in the Grand Slam of Darts as well. That tournament being expanded to 48 players this year, previously 32. One of those extra spots going to the winner of that Nordic and Baltic Championship. You'd expect to see Oskar Lukasiak in that tournament. From what we've seen today, Jonas Sorenson could be fancying his chances of getting there as well. Double 16 for Lukasiak. Goes inside, and that would have been another breaker throw. 3 legs on the spin. Sorenson, from being a break up, could be a breakdown here. Just come off the boil in the last few legs. Lukasiak starting to take control. Double 8 is found with the second dart. That is 3 on the trot. Oskar Lukasiak halfway to a spot in the semi-finals and a matchup with Jonas Gravason. One other quarter-final going on the outside boards, involving 2 Swedish players. Andreas Harrison has just gone 3-1 up on Bjorn Leon. The winner of that will play Kordeka in the semi-finals. We will have the semi-finals and the final coming up on this live stream today, followed by the Nordic and Baltic qualifier for ET4, the German Darts Grand Prix. 1 spot up for grabs in that Euro Tour event. It's Oskar Lukasiak with the advantage here. He's recovered well after going 2 legs down. He's won the next 3. First weekend of the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour season for Oskar. Got to the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 1, where he was dumped out by Dmitry Zhukov in a very impressive performance from Dmitry, averaging 95 in that one on his run to the semi-finals. following day, Pro Tour 2, Oscar went all the way to the final, beating the Pro Tour 1 champion Cordeca 6-4 in the semi-finals, or losing out to Yanni Avisto in the final. Again, it was another 95 average that got the better of Oscar on that occasion. And this could be another leg for Oscar. Could be a fourth one in a row. 72 to hold his throw. Another single to lead tops. Goes inside, sticks the tongue out. Wasn't happy with that dart. Sorenson. 2 darts at double 18 to level us up again. Double 9 will do. The fist pump from Sorenson. He knows how important that was. Gets us level after 6 legs. And just gives his opponent something to think about. He's not giving up just yet. It's a big game for Jonas, who we've not seen play on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Certainly got something about him, as we've seen today. He's had a good run so far, and he won't want it to end just yet. On the outside boards, Andreas Harrison extends his lead against Bjorn Leon, 4-1. 2 legs away from setting up what would be a mouth-watering semi-final with Cordeca. That would be a repeat of that Pro Tour 1 final from the first weekend of the season. And what a finish that was from Cordeca. The 160 in the decider to win the title. In the last leg, we'll certainly have a bit more of that if it is Harrison that makes it through. Good find from Sorenson. Comes downstairs for cover. Gets down to a finish. Lukasiak needs to find at least one treble. There's one. Just comes up short with a second, but he's down to a checkout as well. Sorenson. It'll be treble 14 or the ball. It is treble 14 for a shot at tops for a 139. Now, what a finish that is from Jonas Sorenson. Pulls out the 139 to regain the lead in this quarter-final. That was a moment of magic from the Dane. He was really making his mark here on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour today. Reminder, the winner of this match will go up against Jonas Gravesen in the semi-finals. Jonas has knocked out the Pro Tour 2 winner Yanni Avisto in a last leg decider to make it through to the semi-finals. Will it be an all-Danish affair? Will it be Jonas Sorenson who meets him there in the semis? Or will Oscar Lukasiak have something to say about it? Make another deep run on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. At 140 gets Lukasiak down to a big finish. Sorenson, he's got one treble. He'd love to fill it from here. And he does. Maximum for Sorenson. What a surge this is from the Dane. Follows up that 139 checkout by leaving 81 after 9 darts against the throw. Lukasiak's down to a double, but Sorenson wants double 12 for a 5-3 lead. Can't find the double. 2 darts missed for Sorenson. How crucial will that be? Because Lukasiak holds firm. He holds his throw. We are level at 4 legs apiece. That was a big moment. Sorenson, the 180, getting him down to a finish. Crucially missing those 2 darts of the double. Could have been thrown for the match now, but instead we are level again. Race to 6 to make it through to the semi-finals of Pro Tour 3. Jonas Sorenson, that first dart, when it finds the treble, you just expect the other 2 to follow it. Looks so inviting in the board. Lukasiak coming downstairs to try and find a big treble. Can't find one. Can only get back on level terms in this leg. Sorenson goes trebleless as well. Is this the moment that Lukasiak puts his foot down? Again, chasing around the board for a treble. He finds one with the last dart. Sorenson backing that treble again. He wants to stay there. It's a much needed 140 from Sorenson. Yanks his darts out the board. He knows how important that visit was. He's bang up for this. Lukasiak with the last dart treble again. Sorenson to regain the lead. Should get a dart at tops for a 120 finish. Moves around the oche. Can he find a way through? Goes low. Got to rely on Lukasiak not taking out this 129. He will come back. Jonas Sorenson to move a leg away from a place in the semi-finals. Looks a good guide. It's upstairs to double 5. Finds the double 5. The fist pump from Jonas Sorenson. Important last dart double. Moves him 1 leg away from the semi-finals. Puts that disappointment of the previous leg, missing the 2 darts at double 12 behind him. Stands firm. He's on the cusp now of continuing this impressive run, giving us what would be a very intriguing and, you've got to say, unexpected semi-final between the 2 Danes, himself and Jonas Graverson. Graverson, he's there. He's in the semi-finals. Who is going to join him? Sorenson back in that treble again. 140. He's in the slight lead in this leg. Lukasiak has got a hold throw here to take us all the way. On the outside boards, Andreas Harrison 5-3 up on Bjorn Leon. Looks to be edging closer to a spot in the semi-finals himself, and that will be the next match on this live stream. Kordecker against the winner of that one. Right now, this quarter-final is on a knife edge. Sorenson got a switch. He's got a switch now, surely. He does, and to great effect there. Gambled with that second dart. A single would have meant he couldn't leave a finish, but he finds the treble. He will get a go at 134. To book his spot in the semi-finals and knock out the PDC tour card holder Oscar Lukasiak. Trebles visit. Sorenson. Lukasiak. Needs a treble 18. Can't find it. Finds it with a second dart to leave a double, but Sorenson, if he can stay straight, should get at least one match start here. Well, it's got to be 11 now for the ball. Bullseye for a spot in the semi-finals. Not quite there. One match start for Jonas Sorenson. Lukasiak, double 16 to take us all the way. Well, it's exhibition style, another double 8. It wasn't intended, but 2 double 8s is good enough for Oscar Lukasiak. And we are going all the way to a last leg decider in this quarter-final. Andreas Harrison, he's in the semi-finals. He has beaten Bjorn Leon 6 legs to 3. There's one spot left in the semi-finals of Pro Tour 3. Will it be Oscar Lukasiak, or will it be one of the surprise packages today in Jonas Sorenson? Both players kick off the leg with a 140. Sorenson with the advantage of throw. Steady again there, a ton. To move back in front, what can Lukasiak reply with? Comes for cover, comes up dry. Sorenson with the slight advantage, and he's backing that treble again. The power scoring with him from Sorenson in this match. The third dart takes a deflection, but it's enough to get him down to a finish. Lukasiak isn't going to leave a finish himself. So Jonas Sorenson is going to get at least 6 darts from 140 to book his spot in the semi-finals. That's a perfect last dart. Leaves tops after 12. What a moment this could be for Jonas Sorenson to knock out the PDC tour card holder Oscar Lukasiak. He wants tops. Double 10 is there, and Jonas Sorenson has done it in a last leg decider. The Dane is through to the semi-finals of Pro Tour 3, and a very intriguing matchup coming up in the semi-finals. A battle of the Danes, the surprise packages today. Jonas Graverson goes up against Jonas Sorenson, who has just knocked out Oscar Lukasiak in that last leg decider. That will be coming up later on. But next up on the live stream, we are going into the semi-finals. It is a repeat of the Pro Tour 1 final. The Pro Tour 1 champion, Core Decker, against last year's Nordic and Baltic #1, Andreas Harrison, coming up next. Well, here we go then. It is the semi-finals of Pro Tour 3 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, and for the start for Cordeka. Maximum with the first 3 darts. And it's a real clash of the heavyweights here, isn't it? Cordeka, the current #1 on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour rankings after the first weekend, going up against last year's #1, the dominant force on the Nordic and Baltic Tour last year. Andreas Harrison winning 4 titles, getting to a further 2 finals across the 12 event season to finish as the #1, qualify for the World Championship for the first time. But already in the early stages of this season, Cordeka has emerged as someone that will want to take that top spot from Andreas this year. These two met in the final of the very first Pro Tour event of the season in this very venue at the start of February. And I've got to say, it's one of the best matches I've had the pleasure of calling here on commentary. Decker, well, he does prefer double 18, but I don't think he'd have wanted to go for single 3, single 20 to leave it. We'll come back at double 18 in a moment to take this opening leg of the semi-final. That is the first leg on the board for Cordeka. Pins his favourite double 18 to go 1 up. But yeah, the final that these two played around about 7 weeks ago now, we saw Cordecca race into a 4-1 lead. Andreas Harrison take out a brilliant 1-5-1. 12 and 13 darters to get it back to 4-3. Decker replied with a 13 darter of his own to go 5-3 up. Harrison then won the next two legs with another 12 darter in there to level at 5-all. But in the last leg, Decker had the last laugh, a 160 finish to win it in 15 darts against the throw and pick up what was his second Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title, first since 2018. He is the first Norwegian player to win multiple titles on this tour. 2 to his name now. Andreas Harrison on 6. He got his trophy tally up and running with a title in 2022. Another followed 2 years later, and then last year that was the big breakthrough on this tour. It's Decker here, looking for an early breaker throw. Two darts on the wire for double 16. Can Harrison punish him? Needs to find a way through to that treble 20. He can't find it, and a slight shake of the head there from Andreas. Decker for a 2-0 lead. Pins it with the first dart. Averaging a ton after 2 legs. It's just the start that Cordecca had when these two met in the final a month or so ago. The other semi-final already underway on the outside boards. 2 of the surprise packages today here in Riga. A battle of the Danes. Jonas Sorenson currently 3-1 up against Jonas Gravesen. Big opportunity for those two players, and we touched on it in the last game, the race for the World Cup of Darts. With Benjamin Drew Royce no longer holding a tour card, it means that the Danish team, the 2 spots, both up for grabs via the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour rankings. Right now, as things stand, it is Andreas Helgordhus and Jonas Gravesen occupying those 2 spots. As for the main order of merit on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, Cordecca at number 1, Andreas Harrison at number 3. If Andreas can knock off Cordecca here and win the title, he would move level on prize money with Cor at the top. On the flip side, if Cor can win this title, give him a very good lead at the top, even just 3 events in, would be €1,300 clear of Yanni Avisto, the next closest challenger to him. The 1-4-1 not going to go for Andreas. So Decker to extend his lead here and have another good start. Wants double 16. 1 dart at double 8. Pins it with the last dart, and you see the reaction from Cor. He knows how important that dart was. Andreas was waiting in the wings on double 18. Decker's favourite to get that break back. Apologies, we have just lost half of the screen where the players are throwing, but you can still see the darts go in the board. We'll get that back up and running as soon as we can. You can't tell whose darts are who. Well, those darts have got flights with the sheriff on him. That is Cordecker's nickname. That might be a clue. Harrison, you feel, has to get this leg. If he gets his throw broken here, 4-0. It's an awful long way to come back in a best of 11. To produce moments of magic to get back in the final against Core in Pro Tour 1. That 151 I mentioned was a 12 dart leg. Had a couple of them in the final. Harrison down to a finish first in this leg and got the luxury of at least 6 darts if he needs them. He will do. Ton taken off the score. Harrison, you'd think, should be about to get his first leg of this semi-final. The other semi-final, it looks like Jonas Sorenson is going to make it through to the final. 5-1 up on Jonas Graverson, averaging 99. Incredibly impressive day. Just gets better and better. And Jonas Sorenson has booked his spot in the final. Beaten Jonas Graverson 6 legs to 1. What a run this has been for Jonas Sorenson, who averages 99 in that semi-final. Decker looks at tops. He gets it for a 4-0 lead. This semi-final, one-way traffic as well. Decker, the current number 1 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, looking to extend his lead at the top. There we go, we can see the players again. So who will play first-time finalist Jonas Sorensen in the final? Right now it looks to be Decker joining him in that final of Pro Tour 3. Is there any way back for Andreas? Averaging 82 right now. We know there's an awful lot more he can produce than that. But is there enough time for him to mount a comeback? Really kickstart his season on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Time is running out for Dirty Harry. Decker has a double break to his name. Decker finds the treble with the last dart to get down to a finish. Harrison, you feel, gotta get 2 trebles here. There's one. Can only find one. It gets him down to a finish as well. Both on big outshots here. Decker trebleless with that visit. Is this the moment for Andreas Harrison to kickstart this semi-final? Not quite needed. Second treble alongside that first one. Decker, loose first one. Not going to get even a shot at the ball on 88. He'll be disappointed with this. It's opened the door for Andreas Harrison. For a glimmer of hope to get back into this one. 2 darts outside the double. Could this be the beginning of the end? Decker leaves his favourite double 18. Pins it. 5-0 lead for Cordecker. Both players averaging in the 80s here. It's not been the high quality that we saw between these two in the final of Pro Tour 1, but Cordecker certainly won't mind at all. He's got a 5-0 lead. He's one leg away from a place in the final and a matchup with what we believe to be a newcomer. The Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this weekend, Jonas Sorenson. The Dane awaits the winner of this one in the final. Decker. Well, based on the semi-final performances so far, he would still be the favourite, but Jonas Sorenson has just thrown in a 99 average in the semi-finals. He can keep that performance levels going in the final, and he'll give whoever he plays a real matchup, that's for sure. Decker starts on the 18s. He'll switch to the 20s now to try and leave the 170. He needed the treble, but may well get a couple of visits at least in this leg to get it done. Complete a whitewash for Andreas Harrison. He has got 6 darts if he needs them. He should switch to the 18s here, but he goes for the ball to leave tops. That will do nicely. Decker almost there. Harrison, you feel his race is run. Decker to complete a whitewash in this semi-final. Two darts outside. And the third joins them. Can't bring the dart down to the double. Can Harrison stay alive? Double 7. Goes inside. Decker with another handful to complete the whitewash. Now double 10. That's 6 match darts missed for Cordecker for a 6-0 win. Andreas Harrison stays alive with double 2. Will we be talking about those mismatched darts in 10 or so minutes time if we're going all the way to a last leg? Well, there's certainly a long way to go still for Andreas Harrison to get there, but he has took the first step on the road to complete what would arguably be the greatest comeback we've seen on this tour from 5-0. Cordecker got to put those mismatched darts behind him now. Still in a very strong position. You see in the background there our first confirmed finalist, Jonas Sorenson. Watching on, seeing who he's going to play in the final. Decker piles in the 140. Can he get the job done in this leg? In a very good position to do so. Jonas Sorenson won his semi-final 6-1. Cordecker about to do the same. Down to a finish after 12 darts. Harrison will need a maximum to join him on a checkout. And that's exactly what he does. He'll be thinking to himself, where was this during the game? But this could be it. A Decker. Double 16. And Cordecker moves through to the final of Pro Tour 3 in a repeat of the Pro Tour 1 final, which went all the way to a last leg decider. It was a much more one-sided contest this time round. Cordecker, the same result. He's beaten last year's #1, Andreas Harrison. This time, though, with a much more emphatic scoreline. He's beaten Dirty Harry by 6 legs to 1. He's on the hunt for a second title of the season, a second title in 3 events. Standing in his way from doing that, it is what we believe to be a newcomer to the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. You can see him in the background there. Denmark's Jonas Sorenson, looking to complete a dream debut on the tour. He's keen. He's already going up to the practice board to have a practice. The final will be coming up in a few minutes' time, and we will be crowning our Pro Tour free champion.
international and one national.
Yeah.
So I have to. This was the only one. All the Pharaohs in WDF.
Yeah.
So I picked this one because all the others are going here.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's really good.
I cannot complain.
No.
So yeah, now I'm hoping.
There's only one player here from the Norwegian team. The whole team should be here, but only one player.
Norwegian.
Yeah. From the Norwegian team in Nordic.
No.
There's only one of the players who's on the team.
It's Kent.
Yeah.
What about them?
No, it's
Who is
no. To Helmer.
Oh yeah, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Henrik Halsvik. Lars-Erik Lindgren.
I know Håkan from Soft.
Yeah.
I started from Soft a couple of 6 or 7 months ago.
So you get to Salo.
Yeah. And to USA as well. So yeah. Yeah, me and my partner, we lost the fight in
sjovt at udfordre det, hvis han ikke har haft tiden. Hvis han ikke har haft tiden, så vil jeg faktisk sige. Nå, men det er sjovt at prøve, ikke? Nå, jamen altså. Regler er regler.
Så vil jeg hellere tage på det færdigt med.
Ja, det forstår jeg 100%.
Eller vente færdigt med.
Ja, men det korte nok er, nogle gange der er sådan nogen, der udnytter sig af det. Ja, så kører de deres egen af.
Der er det ikke fint.
Ja. Det var langt bedre at vinde inde på rettet, ikke?
100% bedre.
It's final time here in Riga, Pro Tour 3 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. What an exciting matchup we've got in prospect here. Jonas Sorenson from Denmark. We have been told this is his first time playing on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. He's made it all the way to the final. It's been a dream debut so far for Jonas Sorenson. And the last man standing in his way is the PDC Tour card holder, Norway's Kåre Dekker, the man who won Pro Tour 1 on the first weekend of the season, the man who is top of the rankings as things stand, looking to win his second title in 3 events and extend his lead at the top. Will it be 2 titles for Dekker? Or are we going to see Jonas Sorenson complete what would be a remarkable debut on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour? I'm Alex Moss. We are here for the final match of the Pro Tour 3. Who is going to be crowned the champion today? Jonas Sorenson, someone that we watched his very first match, his debut. We didn't know it at the time. We knew he was someone that we hadn't really seen much of before on the tour. But we saw his debut match against Ursland, where he came through a 6-3 winner. Had to come from behind in that one, 3-1 down, but reeled off 5 legs on the spin. Had a 1-5-6 finish in that match as well. Went on to beat Mindaugas Brauskas 6-4, Mika Mustanyimi 6-2. Then he was back on the live stream for the quarterfinals, where he came through a last leg decider against Oskar Lukasiak. And he's just produced his best performance of the day, 99 average, to beat Jonas Graverson 6 legs to 1 to make it through to this final. And he started pretty confidently here, you've got to say. Down to a finish after 12 darts. Decker will join him on a finish with those 2 treble 19s. Sorenson looking for a treble of his own. Not going to find one. Loose last one there. Decker or a breaker throw in this first leg. Options here. Will it be 2 tops? It was. And a shake of the head there. Wry smile from Core Decker. He'd have expected a better effort than that. Sorenson now. Going to get 1 dart at double 16. 1 dart is all he needs. 63 finish for Jonas Sorenson to take the opening leg. That's the first hurdle overcome in this final for the debutant. As for his opponent, Core Decker, kicked off his campaign today with a 6-2 win against Brian Locken. Followed that up with a 6-3 victory over Valters Meldderis. Came through a last leg decider of his own against Andreas Hulgordhus, 6-5 in the quarterfinals. We just saw his last match on the live stream, a 6-1 demolition of Andreas Harrison. Both players not quite reaching the levels they produced in the Pro Tour 1 final last month. But Decker did the business. He's into the final. Currently got an €800 lead at the top of the Nordic and Baltic Order of Merit. Were he to win this title, that would move him €1,300 clear of Yanni Avisto in top spot. Decker not going to take the 1-4-3, but plenty of time to level up this final. Sorenson some way back in the high 200s. Still not quite down to a finish. So Decker can plot his way to whatever double he likes, and it is the double 16. And that is a comfortable holder throw for the Sheriff. He levels up this final at 1 leg apiece. A reminder that with all the matches on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, the format stays the same, whether it's the first round or the final. They are all a race to 6 legs. Jonas Sorenson may well be his debut, but we'll know exactly what he needs to do in terms of the legs to win. That doesn't change. Good find there, 140 on throw for Sorenson, who I mentioned we've seen him a couple of times on the stream today. Considering it is his debut on this tour, you really couldn't tell, could you? Because he has looked pretty composed on the oche. Looks like he's been playing on this tour for many years. Down to a finish first in this third leg on throw. Decker picks off the treble with the last to leave something a little bit more manageable. He will get a go at the 130. This for the first breaker throw in this final. Not going to get a go even at the ball. After that first start straight into the one and the adjustment made with the second, but all the damage was done with dart one. Sorenson shuffles along the hockey tops. Is that a good guide? Certainly is. Jonas Sorenson holds throw again. 3 legs played, 3 legs won by the player who has thrown first. Who is going to blink first in this final? Are we going to see a new name added to the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour Roll of Honour? Jonas Sorenson looking to become the 6th player from Denmark to win a title on this tour. Dennis Lynchgold was the first in the inaugural season back in 2012. And we saw one of the all-time greats in Nordic and Baltic darts, Per Larsen, pick up 6 titles between 2013 and 2016. In the last few years, Andreas Toft Jørgensen. In 2021, Vladimir Anderson picking up a couple of titles. 2022 and 2023, and Benjamin Drew Royce in 2023 as well. Decker has got 6 darts from 138. A very welcome treble with the last dart there. Leaves him single to double when he comes back. Jonas Sorenson has had 2 18-dart holes to throw. Cordecker can take this out in 2. He'll have had 2 14-dart holes to throw. He's going to need an extra dart. He's going to need another one after that because that's 2 missed darts at a double. Jonas Sorenson. He's had some big checkouts today. He's not going to add the 144 to his collection just yet. Doesn't really put much of a dent in it either. Cordecker decides to split the 10. It's 2 for double 4. 2 go outside the intended target. That's 4 missed darts at a double for Cordecker. But he is going to come back unless Jonas Sorenson needed to find a treble. Finds one with the last. He's down to a double. Decker to level up this final. Just a double right next door to his favourite double 18. There's 3 more misses for Cordecker. Really gifting this leg now to Jonas Sorenson, who wants double 12. Now double 6. It's Jonas's turn to miss doubles. 3 darts missed for a 3-1 lead. Now into the madhouse. Can you believe it? 10 missed darts at a double from Cordecker in this leg. And Jonas Sorenson has got the first breaker throw. Do apologise for the loss of pictures on the right side of your screen. We will get them back as soon as we can. Jonas Sorenson has got the first breaker throw in this final. Cordecker Missed tops for a 14 dart holder throw. Ended up missing 9 more darts at a double. Ended up on double one. Sorenson got the first breaker throw. He's 3-1 up, 3 legs away from winning on his debut on the PDC NB Tour. What a debut this would be for the Dane. Still a lot of work to do. He is to get over the line. Decker already looking to get that breaker throw back. Couple of 140s. Make that a hat-trick. Decker down to 81 after 9 darts. Sorenson should have switched with the second one. Doesn't make a difference now. Decker got plenty of time here to get this match back on serve. Just set it up now with the big 20 to leave double 16 when he comes back. All Sorenson can do is hope that Decker has another horror show on the doubles. One dart left at double 4. And the missed doubles are racking up for the Sheriff. Sorenson, can he sneak a dart through to the treble 18? For a shot at the ball for a 1-2-2 finish. Jonas Sorenson. What a debut you are having here. 4-1 up, 2 legs away from the title. Decker. The missed doubles are proving so costly for him here. 10 missed darts in leg 3. Should I say leg 4, and then 3 missed darts in leg 5. He should be leading this one 3-2, he'll feel. But he's not taking his chances, and Jonas Sorenson, with that 1-2-2 on the ball, it's another 10 plus finish to his collection for the day. Giving him a real foothold in this game. Break up. Can he get the job done here? Join that roll of honour. PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. 10-point gap in the averages. It's the player behind on the averages that leads 4-1. As a multi-time world champion once said, averages, they're not worth very much in this game. And Jonas Sorenson is proving that right now. It's all about the doubles. Sorenson is taking his chances. Decker, once again, down to a finish first in the leg. That's not been the issue. He's been getting the legs won. Tops for Decker. Goes inside, but much like the last few legs, he will have another go. Sorenson. Will leave himself in striking range if he gets the chance. Will it be a similar story here? Well, he's missed. He's in the wrong bed. Double 15 instead of double 10. And Jonas Sorenson has once again picked the pocket of Decker. Shake of the head from the Sheriff in the background there. Trails this final by 5 legs to 1. But the last 3 legs, he's missed a combined 15 darts at the double. 10 in the fourth leg, 3 in the fifth leg, and 2 in that last leg, including busting his score on double 10 by hitting the double 15. And Jonas Sorenson on his debut. It's a leg away from the title. Decker gonna have to produce a 5-leg burst here if he's to avoid defeat in the final. Is there any way back for the Sheriff? What must he be thinking right now? Don't think it's repeatable anyway. The missed doubles proven so costly for Core. Sorenson, he's the one who stayed cool and composed when he's got his chances. He's taken them, he's been clinical. He could well be just a few handful of darts away from winning his first title on debut. Look at this. A maximum from Jonas Sorenson. He is just possibly 2 darts away from winning the title. Decker's going to get a shot at double 18 for a 150 finish. Just goes inside. So Jonas Sorenson to win the Pro Tour 3 title. He wants double 18. He wants Decker's favourite. And he hits Decker's favourite. It's a dream debut for Jonas Sorenson. His first time playing on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And he has beaten the #1 Core Decker. What an impressive debut for the Dane. First time playing on this tour. And he's pulled off some big results. He's beaten Oscar Lukasiak. And now he's beaten Core Decker by 6 legs to 1. He becomes the newest winner on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Thank you very much for joining us today. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Thank you very much for your company. We will be back with more commentary tomorrow for Pro Tour 4 from 9 o'clock UK time, 11 o'clock local time. There will be plenty more action coming up on the stream later today. We have got the qualifiers for ET4. You can tune into that on the PDC Nordic and Baltic YouTube channel. You can follow all the action on Dartsconnect as well. But for me, that's all from me for today. I'll be back tomorrow for Pro Tour 4. We've seen Core Decker and Yanni Avisto end long waits to win Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour titles again. And today, well, it's probably the shortest wait we've ever had for someone to win their title. First event, and he's only gone and won it. Congratulations to Jonas Sorenson. He is the winner of Pro Tour 3.